YouTube, are you there? Sorry about that, guys. The encoding rig blue screened on me. Yeah, that's not cool. So I listed this stream as part 2 for part 38. I can't see it. Like, this is why, guys, like people used to give me crap, like, why do you never change your streaming setup? This is why I never changed it. I didn't change it for like 13 years. You know, Windows noise. I swear if that was a Windows update, I'm going to be pissed. It may have been, who knows. What happened? Computer blue screened. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to do nothing. So, yeah. All right. I will go back out in the garage. We'll keep working. Should. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right. I'm in the garage. Look, hey. All right. I'm going to go back out there. We were watching the OLM lift. There it is. It has risen. Cool. All right. Yeah, the amount of weight in that 13,000 is no joke. Let me restart and get YouTube chat back up. The way YouTube does live stream is so clunky, dude. The dashboard for YouTube is not nearly as dialed in as it is for Twitch. You know. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I gotta get the YouTube chat back up. Give me a second. All right, there we go. I saved the continuity on Twitch, which is pretty good, but yeah. All right, excellent. Yeah, they're lifting the OLM. There it is. We're 2 minutes old on YouTube. Dude, that thing is chunky. That's a big OLM. Look at that dang thing, man. She's a beast. Yep. I thought they launched rockets with explosive, but here you are showing them launch rockets with a crane. Does that look like a rocket to you, or that looks like I mean, cube. Cube? Are your rockets cube shaped? Are you the Borg? Cool. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna, while we're taking kind of a lull here, I'm watching that. I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. And I'm not taking the mic with me. That's weird. I did that once and I felt really bad about it. I'm like, oh, they won't be able to hear me outside. Oh, no, you could hear it. I'll be right back. I'm not, you're coming in on the new space Drain the sea lizard. Seriously though, what are you looking at? So Fatal, yeah, no, you're old fashioned. You come here to learn. So that box right there is the launch mount. That's the launch pad for Starship at Cape Canaveral. This is at Kennedy Space Center. SpaceX is tooling up their East Coast Starship launch pad. That box is the launch mount. That's where Starship physically attaches to the pad with that thing. There's a gigantic hole in the center of that box, right? And that is what holds Starship to the pad, fuels up the first stage. And yeah, it is, dude, that thing is like, Goalie was telling me how heavy it is, dude. It's heavy. And the cool thing is, dude, is that they're moving it with one crane. See this crane that's above me? That's a Liebherr 13,000. That is the biggest lattice crane that you can get. There is no lattice crane, so that uses these kind of lattice segments. There is no crane that is bigger. That thing, and when SpaceX moved this same part at their Starship launch pad at the Cape, or not at the Cape, at Boca Chica in Brownsville, they used 2 cranes. They use 2 smaller 11,000s. This, they're using a singular crane because it's easier. It's easier to use one crane than have 2 cranes work in tandem. They have to put down timbers. Those are called ties. They have to put ties down on the treads to help disperse the load. Is that thing a consumable? No. It's not consumable. It's the launch pad, dude. That's the launch mount. SpaceX is looking to, now don't get me wrong, a lot of pads need to be refurbished. Over time, it's almost like they have a big flaming rocket that flies out of them. SpaceX built that, so that's their Mark II version of Starship's launch pad. The Mark I, we saw launch its last payload the other day, or last rocket the other day. These are the Generation 2 design for Starship. Generation 2 pads are designed to work with Block 3, version 3 Starship. This is designed for quick and rapid turnaround. So this thing is not, it's not consumable. This is not a wear item. That thing is built. Like the outer walls of this are like 2-inch thick steel. The outer walls of the OLM. And even the inner lattice structure that's in there, dude, we're talking like 2-3 inches of steel. Guys have been working at this thing with stick welders for like a year. The thing is built like a damn tank. Actually, it's stronger than a tank because a tank needs to take a hit from like a tank round or something, or an RPG. That thing needs to withstand 15 million pounds of thrust when Starship lifts off. It's a little bit more violent than a tank shell. Like you could probably shoot a tank shell at this thing and it would bounce off. Yeah, better armor than a destroyer. Yeah, we're talking like ship armor heavy, dude. So yeah, I'm just popping in. We'll get back to working on the car. We're just waiting for the paint to dry. That thing is, I don't know. It's got to be over 1 million pounds easily. I think it's like 4 million pounds or something. I don't remember. It's heavy. Okay, in layman's terms, there's a giant block of concrete and steel with a hole in it that they set rockets on before they start setting explosions off in it. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough. Hey, Ozzy, what's going on? So the SpaceX's Mark II design has a flame trench below it, and it has a diverter. So the pads right here, it's sitting on on pedestal mounts, right? Like on either side of the trench, there's these huge supports. They're resting it down on them. You can see the supports actually right here. See that? That's the support structure on one side, and that's the structure on the other side. So what my boy operating the crane here is going to do, he's going to turn that thing, and then they're going to set it down. They're going to set it down on either side, on either support, and the thing will bridge. It makes a bridge over the flame trench. And underneath the trench, there's what I call a flame bucket. It's a diverter, Fatal Owl, that looks like this. It looks like kind of like a quarter pipe, 2 quarter pipes. And those flame buckets are designed to shoot the flames out to the sides, because the idea is that you don't want the flames near the launch pad. Hey, Yuck, 127-month resub. But yeah, man,
this is cool because that, okay, all right, you want sense of scale here? That's a door. So that is like a doorway. That is an access panel to get inside the OLM if you want a sense of scale. A person is about the size of my mouse cursor. See the mouse cursor over there? That is how tall you and I are. Yeah, my mouse is probably, yeah, about the size of a person. Is that crazy? That thing is insane. The scale is absurd. Now, Fatal, I mean, I know I know you're right. You've been here before, dude. I know you. I remember you. I don't know how well up to speed you are here, but if you see that structure that's kind of in the foreground, this thing, those are catching arms, because what SpaceX wants to do with their new boosters. Here, let me see if I can go over here. What SpaceX wants to do with their new boosters, what they've been doing, they've tested it a bunch of times already in Texas. But those chopsticks, they call them chopsticks. They're kind of shaped like this, right? And they can move open and close like this. And then the booster comes back down and they catch the thing, so it can put it right back on the launch pad, so you can turn around the stage faster. Because how they've been doing in the past is they have a dedicated landing area. Falcon 9, their current generation rocket, comes back down, deploys its landing legs, lands, right? You get it back, that's cool. But then they have to pick the rocket up. They have to take all the propellants out of it. They have to fold the legs back up. They have to take it horizontally, put it on a trailer, and move it back to the launch site. With Super Heavy, you don't need to do any of that. Super Heavy is the Starship's first stage. The chopsticks catch the damn thing, and then it puts it right back on the launch pad. So that pad, not consumable. That is designed to be reused indefinitely. And that's why it's the Mark II design. Because SpaceX, at first, their first kind of launch pad that they made for Starship was just to make it work. Just to make the dang thing work. The thing was not very reusable. They had to, like, it got messed up a couple of times during some of their test flights. This one is made in a response to that. And this thing it's beefier, and it's designed to be, not get destroyed during liftoff. That's kind of important. And be reused indefinitely. It's super cool, man. Will they catch the booster after it goes around the planet? No, the booster ascends. After about 2 minutes, it separates Starship. Starship goes. The booster turns around, and then it comes back down and gets caught. The whole process for it takes about 4 to 5 minutes.
Discovery.
Now, the ship, the Starship, SpaceX's second stage for their next-gen rocket, that is going to space shuttle, dude. That thing will go around. It'll do orbits around Earth, and then it'll come back down, and that thing will fly into the chopsticks and also get caught. SpaceX figured, like, and this is actually a really smart idea, to be honest. Landing legs are a lot of extra mass on your rocket. That's a lot of extra stuff that you're lugging around. And if Starship's just going to go up there and come right back down, at least initially, you don't need landing legs. The only time they're going to need landing legs is if they go to land on the moon, where there is in fact no catch tower, or on Mars, where there's also no catch tower. So like the variants that go to Mars will probably have some type of landing leg on it, right? But for missions that go like a satellite deployment, like a Starlink deployment, or whatever we end up using Starship for, whatever they end up using Starship for, just leave the landing legs down here. And that's what that thing is. The chopsticks right there can move up and down that tower. It's actually on a carriage that rides on rails up and down the tower, and the chopsticks can move. The cool thing is that those things are also used to build the rocket on the pad. So it's the building, catch, and integration. Seems like making a 180-degree turn would cost a lot of energy, but I suppose that's still cheaper than the other options. Well, you got to think about it like this. All right, so with rockets, dude, you have like in a two-stage rocket design, okay? It's a two-stage. What's the first stage supposed to do? The first stage is designed to get you up. It gets you up there. The second stage is designed to go fast, right? Because the first stage is designed to just get you up there, and obviously you're not going up and then taking a left to get into orbit, right? You're going to fly on a parabolic arc. because the first stage is more designed to go up than it is designed to go down range, so to speak, right? It's the amount of energy that you would need to get that, have that first stage go all the way around is equivalent to orbital velocity. So why have a stage at all, right? If you wanted to go all the way around, you wouldn't want a staged vehicle. Because the vehicle is staged, the first stage in terms of like orbital velocity probably gets you maybe 20% of the way there, 30% of the way there, because most of that first stage power is used to push you up, not downrange. That's what the second stage is for. Second stage is designed to go fast, right? So you'd think like, oh, it's already up there, it's already going in that direction. Well, yeah, but comparatively, it probably stages at about 8,000, I think 8,000 kilometers an hour. To go into orbit, you need 27,000 kilometers an hour. So not even barely even a third of the way. And the cool thing is that what the stage does when it boosts back, it doesn't turn around. It kind of looks like that from the footage that we have. It doesn't actually turn around. It kind of points up. It doesn't so much turn all the way around as it just kind of stops. So the first stage is going this way, it's going this way, it turns around, fires its engines, and it stops, and it just kind of goes up and comes right back down. The cool part about that is that the stage flies so high that the Earth kind of spins underneath it. Seriously. So, like, when they do the boost back, they're not boosting all the way back, they're not going back and going back to the launch site, right, Fatal? Because the planet is spinning. There's this thing that happens every day where the sun comes up. It's pretty good evidence that the planet is spinning, right? I'm pretty sure we all agree on that. If you don't, read a book. I don't know. So the cool thing is that the first stage actually stops. It doesn't like turn all the way around. It just kind of stops its forward velocity. And remember what I said, first stage is more designed to go up than it is to go down range. So if you negate out your what's called the horizontal velocity component, what's left? You're still going up, right? So the first stage kind of goes up and then it comes back down. And when it comes back down, the landing site kind of rotates into position. And it just basically does a little bit of maneuvering with the grid fins and comes right down over the launch site because Earth is spinning underneath it. Matt's is confused about your Discord picture. I am too. I have no idea what drummer changed it. I didn't change it. That's right, Fatal. You got it, dude. Yeah, it's super, dude, stage boost back is super interesting. You wouldn't think, because right, it's super counterintuitive, because you'd think like, you're already going that fast in that direction, man. Like, it's going to cost so much fuel to turn around and land. It doesn't. It doesn't cost as much as you think because the planet rotation. The planet will rotate back into position. The launch pad's coming at you. So if the first stage, Falcon does this, and so does Super Heavy. First stage just stops. It doesn't necessarily turn all the way around and go back at the landing site. Because if it did, one, you'd use more fuel, and then the landing site would rotate out of position and you'd fly right past it. You'd fly over it, and if you was at the Cape or something, you'd fly right into Disney World. So that first stage just, it doesn't turn all the way around, it just stops. And then it just has a vertical velocity component and it kind of goes up and then comes right back down. Relative motion is dumb. Yeah, right? Don't have to turn around, slow down enough for the landing zone to get underneath it, like a kid playing catch with himself. Yep, that's it. Does 39A need to be cleared when there's a launch on Slick 40? No. No. Not anymore. Maybe once upon a time iPhone, but not nowadays. Falcon 9 is proven empirically with flight data. Like, cause what empirically means is that they've flown it so many times, yeah. The likelihood that it's gonna like have a catastrophic failure and land like right there is very unlikely. That's not gonna happen. Now, if there was a launch at 39A, yeah, they'd probably need to get off the pad, but okay, they got it rotated, just gotta crown this dang thing. It's still gotta go that way a little bit, dude. I said it a few minutes ago, but I just want to repeat, thanks for answering your questions. That's Fatal, you know, dude. You've been here, that's what I do. That's what we do, man. I mean, granted, I haven't seen you in a little while, dude, but I remember you around here 2018, 2019. I remember that when we were doing mint chip. Don't ask me why. I don't try to remember this information. That's just how I think I was dropped as a child or something. I think my parents dropped me down a flight of stairs or whatever. Like, I don't try to remember this information. I just do. Yeah, Fatal, you were around when I was doing the Minmus base. It's very strange that I remember that, not that you were here. Couchy, what's up, man? We doing some welding today? Yeah, I just taking some time to watch the OLM lift because I want to see that. Just one flight of stairs? Nah, maybe down a flight of stairs and maybe microwaved a little bit too. Nah, you did it to yourself. So you're saying I should drop the tile? No, take more Tylenol. Oh wait, no, don't do that, sorry. I've been in and out depending on where my brain has decided to hyperfocus. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Yep, definitely stunned. What's the white thing to the left of the red part of the crane? It's another crane. It's a telescoping crane that's in the background. That, Katra, that, you're talking about this thing? Talking about that thing right there? That's a telescoping crane with the boom retracted, but the ears are still open. That crane was used to make the 13,000. Talk about that thing right there, right? Yeah, that's called a telescoper. So the boom on the crane is it goes up like a telescoping crane. Now that is a little bit different than a lattice crawler. That's what the thing that's moving the OLM is. That is what's called a lattice crawler crane. So lattice crawler cranes are like Lego Technic of cranes. If you look, see how you have some different colors right here on the thing? That's not just because they painted it different colors. Lattice crawler cranes, you buy the crane, right? You buy the house, what's called the house of the crane, which is like where the operator is and where the brains of the crane are. And then the tracks and stuff. And then you can reconfigure the crane. It is quite actually like a Meccano or an erector set. If you look, there's segments right here. See, that's the first segment. And then there's another segment of the crane. And then there's another one, and then there's another one. These cranes are assembled on site, and they're put together with other cranes. So like that white crane, so the 13,000 would have the boom all the way down, right, so it's on the ground. And the white crane would take that segment, put it in place, and the segments have hinges, right? Hinges are what hold them together. So what they do is when the boom is down, like this, the piece that's at the bottom, this piece, they take that piece and they angle it all the way down so the bottom is touching the ground, and the other crane attaches the pin together, right? And then they lift the boom up, and then they put the other pin in, and they just rinse and repeat to get the boom how long you need it to be. You need a smaller crane to build the bigger crane. Yeah, the segments attach to each other with just hinges. So they tilt the thing all the way down so you can get at the top hinge, attach the top hinge, they lift the boom up, they attach the bottom hinge, and then rinse and repeat. Now, there's a couple of different components to this. So lattice cranes can be reconfigured. You have three principal components to this crane right here for the people that care. Obviously, one is your main boom right here. That's the main boom. That's the thing that's holding everything up, kind of important. And then you have this thing right here.
Go at throttle up.
See this thing that it's attached to? The boom is attached on wires. Come on, where's the mouse? Right here. It's attached to this piece. This piece is also configurable. That's called a derrick. And obviously, if you're lifting something heavy, the derrick helps you disperse the load. So you can control the tension on the boom so you don't deflect it too much, right? And then, so attached to the derrick with this piece right here, you have a thing called pendants. Pendants are basically metal rods with hinges at the end, right? And you can see that there's a couple of different color pieces right here, right? The pendants, in this particular case, for this configuration of the Liebherr 13,000, the pendants are attached to the counterweight. These ones over here are attached to a counterweight, a big counterweight. That's where most of the weight to counterbalance that big OLM is. Now, if you notice, there's another piece that, there's another set of pendants that go down here. Those set of pendants go down to another piece on the crane called the mast. The mast is down here. You can just barely see it right there. What the mast does is it's another piece that can kind of fold open and close, and it has cables on it, so you can raise and lower stuff, or you can set the angle of the mast, the jib, and the boom. You could just see the top of the pendants that are connected to the mast behind me. Here, I'll take the cam off for a second. See? The mast is up. You can see it's up on the crane. It's right here. The mast is up, and those are cables that are connected to pendants, right, that connect to the derrick. The derrick uses cables here, and then there's pendants that connect to the boom. That's why you get some different colors here. But you can see that the pendants, the lattice on the derrick and the lattice on the boom, that's all configurable. These cranes also, this crane has two different blocks on it too, by the way. Blocks are the things that, the weight that's at the end of the line to keep the line. I thought derrick used vice grips. Yep. And it does have the stack me hard on it, yes. Miss Patty, great flame trends, thank you. The block is used to keep the cables tensioned before you lift something. And then you can see there's another block for lifting smaller things up here. The amount of cables and rigging this thing has is bananas, dude. It is really a triumph of mechanical engineering, this whole damn thing. It's pretty freaking cool. You think I should buy the Lego one? Yeah. I'm confused about there being no lateral velocity. What if the booster is not at the proper altitude for this to work? So, Noctilox, the grid fins are what's used to kind of steer it back in. They put it on a trajectory where it goes up, and if it came right back down, it'll go into the ocean. And after the supersonic retropropulsion, the grid fins will really steer the thing up over land. The boost back burn doesn't get you all the way back to the landing site. The grid fins will steer the booster back, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, that block, Chris, the block that it's using to lift the OLM, this piece right here, that thing is like as big as my garage. It's freaking gigantic. Well, maybe not as big. It's probably about as big as the car. Do we know if a certain person is on this lift? I don't know for sure, but I would, if I was a betting man spoiled, probably ask about it a little later. We saw that with the stuck booster with a grid fin. It spiraled down into the ocean. That's right, Ordon. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, man. I mean, we were talking about trades a little bit because every time we work in the shop, we talk about trades. But yeah, you want to get into a cool business and do cool stuff like that. Crane operators make a good amount of money. And that's something that you can get on the site job training in. Yeah, go find a lifting and rigging company. Crane operators make good money. I know one. How do you think I know so much about these damn cranes? He taught me everything I know. Yeah, crane operators make bank. They make a good amount of cash. And crane, yeah, humanity's always going to need to lift things up and put them down somewhere else. And that's what crane operators do. And like I said, you don't need to be like, I mean, you obviously need to have a good understanding of physics, right? But this is something you could basically apprentice for this. Apprentice crane operators are called oilers. Yeah, you can go be an oiler. You just got to want to. Like, can't screw around with this stuff. Physics will kill you if you're not careful. So yeah, I mean, it might not be lifting a launch pad up, but power lines, crane operators make bank installing high voltage transmission lines. Physics and math are going to help you in that job a lot. That's right, Blaze. But you don't need to be a physics major to understand it. You know, this is something where you can get on the job site training, which is super cool. I know it's naive, but I always thought we could use crane cables to lay a few hundred starships down on their sides on Mars and then railroad them out away from the landing area. I mean, fooled with what? If Starship does like even some of the things that SpaceX wants it to do, yeah, that's not out of the realm of possibility, man. Come on, homie, give me one win. I'm not against it, dude. So the cool thing is with a crane is that you have what's called values, all right? So you have like, I don't know if any of you guys have ever used a microscope or something. You have coarse adjustment and fine adjustment on a microscope. With the crane, that's what values are. You can change the value and do finer movements with the controls to move slower. So if you need, obviously like when you first pick it up, you're going to want to do it really slow because you don't want to shock load the system and snap the crane like a twig, right? How this all works is very, very, very slowly lift it up. And then once it's up in the air, you can move a little bit faster, but then you got to slowly put it back down and slowly take the load off of the crane. Because right now, God forbid, like if like one of the cables snapped, the crane would snap like a twig. The boom would just, because you went from having like 4 million pounds of load on the crane to nothing, and the thing would just, it would snap it into a million pieces. That happened once. The big blue crane. Yeah. Don't be an idiot with physics and lattice cranes. It doesn't end well. If you want to look up Big Blue, do it, but I won't show that on stream. It's pretty bad. Yeah, Sawyer. The heavier the lift, the slower the crane will let you move it. There you go, Vanta. Yeah, there's lockouts in the software on the crane for sure. Essentially, cranes always try to maintain static instead of dynamics. There you go, Duber. Yeah, you got it, man. You got it. You don't want that thing moving quickly. We saw what happened when I built a lattice crawler crane in Kerbal. What happens if you lose the load? The whole crane comes crashing down. Like, it's very, very easy to break something. It's very easy to snap that thing. That thing is just on the ragged edge of working. Not because it was engineered that way, but because look at what it's lifting. That thing is no joke. You do not want to screw around with that thing. It just seems like we'll have to move stuff out. We can't have a stockpile of a bunch of starships at a landing area. From what I saw, dude, from what I've seen with SpaceX's renders that they put out, and keep in mind, these renders are public. I think SpaceX is going to make an SPMT utilizing Tesla stuff. And what they're going to do is basically move the starships around like they do here, but on Mars. But in order to do that, you need an off-road self-propelled modular transporter. I mean, hydraulics will work on Mars. They will work. So, dude, in the future, we might not, yeah, you're right. You gotta, you want a dedicated landing zone, right? But I think SPMTs are going to lift starships up and move them. All right. Fellas, that seems like it's going all fine and dandy. I think we should get back to work. Or do you guys want to keep watching this? You let me know. Like, I don't mind watching this. This is cool. But I also, the trunk pan is still not in the car. That's all I'm saying. double box it. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Hold on. Maybe this? Hey, all right. There you go, Bot Oats. Sweet. All right, that works. Don't you have a task to finish? Yep. Yep, we do. All right, that paint should be dry. So I welded this this piece in today, dudes. That's what we now get to work, you lousy bum. The metal was cooling. Yeah, that's yeah. All right. So this piece is in, man. We're past the point of no return now, but yeah, this metal's all good. The welds came out good. Plug welds to this are all fine and dandy. Everything came in good here. Pretty happy. What I want to do now is we can put the bumper, we can start working on where we want to end up getting the bumper plates, but I also got to put the cross member in. So we got to weld that rear cross, the trunk cross member. See this other piece right here? This other cross piece? That's not in. Not yet, at least. So in order to make sure that that thing is in the right spot, we have to, you guessed it, put the trunk pan in. And what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to put the trunk pan in the car, right? I'm going to put it in the car, and then I'll tack that thing into position. I'll get it fitting right with the trunk pan, right? And then we'll tack it into position. And then we take the trunk pan out and finish the welds. But in order to do that, I got to drill holes. Yeah, we're going to have to drill holes on this thing. Yeah, drill holes and tack. No problem. All right, so we'll do that. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, Sawyer. Yep. That sucks, Ethereal. Jeez. Just tuned in, and how embarrassing. We've both got the same shirt on. You'll go change. No, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, when you show up to a baseball game, if you're wearing the same jersey as your favorite player, is it weird? It's not weird. It's all good. Pins, thanks for buying a shirt. All right. So let's drill the holes. We got to drill the holes in the trunk cross member to get that working. I think I did make marks for where I wanted them at some point, but I'm just going to double check it again. So the important thing with this cross member is getting it centered, because we have some play left to right. When they made this part, the reproduction part, they left a lot of extra tab here because tolerance on these cars were terrible coming from the factory. I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't great either. So let's take some measurements here, and we'll go. Let me see if I can move you guys. No, that's not going to work. All right, you guys are going to go under here. Look, you fall in love with the ground or something? You had an accident. You had an accident. What is it? Goo! Sorry. All right, let's go. Yeah. All right, you boys go. You boys getting in here. All right, cool. Hello. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take measurements in between the frame rails. We measure the length of this, right? Measure the length of the piece, right? Because we have equal amount of extra space on these sides, right? measure the distance between the outer tabs on the frame rails. It's 32 1/4. And now this thing is 35. So 17 1/2 would be the center line here, right? So what we'll do is I'll get my, yeah, this is 35 inches wide, exactly. So half of 35 is 17 1/2, right? Yeah. So what I'll do is we'll go in here like this. We'll measure 17 1/2 and I'll mark it with my marker. All right, so that is the center line right here. So now we have the center line of the piece. How do we get it lined up with the rails? So if we go here, we can go, yeah, here to here is fine. So let's go there to there. So measure the inner part of the, from the frame rail flanges left to right, right? We measure that. What is that? Actually, it'd be probably easier for us if we did this way. Okay, so from the outer sides, it's 39 1/2. Okay, so what's half of 39? 15 plus 4 1/2, 19 1/2. So we're looking at 19 3/4 here. So if I take this and we line this up in the position that it needs to be, there are tabs on the frame, and then we make our white line match 19 3/4 right there. Boom, we're centered. There it is. Killer. So now, see, there's a little bit of an overlap here. We got to cut that piece out because the trunk pan will take up that spot. So we got to subtract, and then we got to put some weight on this, clean off, and then we got to drill some holes here for a plug weld. Here and here is where they did it from the factory. Oh, don't move it. Here. And there. I'm going to put X's down with the paint pen to show where we need to drill holes. Cool. All right, now let me just double check my measurement again. Yeah, it's about 39 1/2. It's more like 39 7/16, but just make sure. Yeah, all right, we're solid. Good. So the other thing that we're going to do is I'm going to put a mark on the frame rail right there, and right there. That'll give me the points where this needs to be. Right there. Cool. All right, excellent. Now that we know where this thing ends up, we can take this off, and now we have marks in the frame. Now I gotta go take the drill and we gotta drill some holes. I just copied where the spot welds were for this thing from the factory. They put it in here, there's a spot weld here and here, and I put the X's in the same spot. So let's rock and roll. Because the next thing we got to do is weld, drill the holes, cut this thing down and get it into the right position. And then you guessed it, test for trunk fitment again. Yeah, baby. I love putting the trunk in. Doesn't make my back hurt at all. You know, like, it's perfect. Oh, hi, Marks. What's new with you? How's your Mark life? It's not true. It's bull crap. It's not true. Sorry, just have some parts that I gotta put in my parts box. Here we go. The reason Ford made most of their money on trucks is because there's no product in the back, no upholstery, no seats, no trunk, no nothing, just a bed and a firewall. Yeah, trucks are inexpensive to make. Cars used to be inexpensive to make, and then we decided against that. We decided to make that more complicated. All right, so we got to drill that. How the heck are we going to do that with this piece the way it is? I could clamp it. Here, clamp it here, and then try to drill those holes, and then flip it to the other side and do the same. Because this has got, see this piece? That's a retainer strap for the gas tank. That's why this thing needs to be centered, because the gas tank needs to be centered. That's kind of important. And I can't really drill those. It would be nice to mark it on this side, because then this would be easier to you know, hold in position, right? But you can't really mark the X's like that. You know what? I'm going to clamp it like this. We'll clamp it like that and drill the holes. This will keep it nice and strong. Yeah, that's fine. Now, where's the drill? Where is the drill? Here it is. I got a burr bit on the drill right now, so I got to take that off. Yeah, this is a 1/4 inch. Or no, this is an 11/32. Close enough. This will be good. I just want to make sure that I give myself enough space so when we go to do the plug welds, right? You know, to make a big enough hole, you need to have a lot of the weld surface area exposed. Now, I'm not just going to start drilling that. We need a punch. Where's my punch? Do you ship to the UK? Yeah, I should, man. It's through Redbubble. I should be able to ship through there. I don't see why not, Peter. Do you ship your pants? No, I just have, these are Carhartt pants, guys. Yeah, Tessa, you got a hoodie, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the truck shirt. Yeah, we definitely do. It's Redbubble, so yeah, definitely does. Where's my punch? Have you seen my drink? My Diet Dr. Kelp? This one's on the house. Backer clamp it with a 2x4? What do you mean, article? Need more merch, though. You got to up your merch game. I got a punch here. Back it with a 2x4. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. I could do that. I got a 2x4 right here. I got it wrapped up in this special CIA napkin. Don't drop that. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Pray to God you don't drop that thing. Frickin' right. So I put the 2x4 underneath it so we can give clearance for the gas tank straps. And that's not going nowhere. All right, so what I'm going to do, you got to make a mark in the metal for the drill bit to pick up on. It's called a punch. For the people that haven't seen this, see, this is just a sharp pointed piece of metal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark that, and I'm going to hit this thing with a hammer, and it'll make an imprint in the metal that when I go to drill it, the drill bit will pick up on. That's why I really need to make sure that this thing is nice and secure, because when we go to do the punch, it's going to make things rattle. Ready? There we go. Good. Now I'm going to do the other one. We're using the brass hammer. Good. Now we'll go over here. Good. Cool. We got our marks. Now the drill bit will be able to pick up on that imprint. You can barely see it with this camera, but when I go to drill it, it'll be easy to get at. The drill bit will have a hole to pick up on. Now, like I said, we have to get that drill, and then there was this drill here. All right, just wires. So now what you should do is get a smaller drill bit and drill out a hole and go to a bigger drill bit over time, or use a Christmas tree bit. So two things. I have no idea where my Christmas tree bits are. They are lost in the abyss of the shop. I could go try to find them, or we could just drill. Didn't like that. Yeah, there we go. I got to start. Good. Don't drill my finger? Oh, you don't want me to drill my finger? All right, cool. I'll put my fingers there. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, dude. This is such a weird part to drill these holes out through. Almost makes me want to go buy a spot welder. There we go. That's one. Ah, it's riding. Crap. I think I missed it. I missed the punch. There we go. I think I got it. Yep, we got it. All right, cool. Now just let the drill do the work here. You gotta be careful. I don't want to push down too hard because I don't want to bend the damn piece. Which is why I'm holding it up with my hand. And I know my hand's next to the drill bit. I get it. There we go. There we go. Come on, get through. Nice. Got it. All right, just got to do that for the other side. That was hot. Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. Nice. Peter, you really said that? It's kind of funny. Come on, don't ride. There we go. I got it. Once I got the bit making a hole, I'm good. Once we got the hole. Like, and once again, if these aren't directly on the X's, it's not the end of the world. They just need to be close. Come on, baby. Lower the RPM if I need to go. There we go. She's starting to dig now. Excellent. Perfect. I feared that I bent this thing pretty hard, but we can always knock it back into position. It's not a big deal. Cool. Now you guys are going to come back over here and we will test for fitment. Hey! Hang on, I'm just deburring the holes real quick. You guys got a nice shot of the trunk there. Yeah, we definitely bent this a little bit. It's okay. We can knock it flat again, that's no problem. Article, thank you for this deburring tool, man. It's really super useful. There's sometimes a little bit of excess metal from left over from drilling, dudes, so I got this nifty deburring tool from Article, and basically what you do is you twist the dang thing and just whirly-do around the hole. Cool. The hole has been deburred. I'm going to just put my punch that I used, I'm going to put it back. As long as it goes straight down the road. Well, yeah, exactly. But I do believe in making this level and making it nice. Actually, you know what? This has a lot of metal chunks on it. I'm just going to clean it real quick. Yeah, see, drilling. See that? That's no good. I don't like that. I'm going to get my hammer and dolly real quick. I'm just going to hammer that out. Hammer and dolly is just metalworking tools, and I use the hammer and put this up against the bench to get it nice and flat again. See? There. Now, we test for fit. I need to do this to get you guys up in here now. Here we go. That drill bit is dull? Yeah, I mean, don't you have a drill press? Yeah, but it's behind a bunch of things. The deburring tool did come with a couple of different bits, yeah. I had the one that I like. They're in the back, they're in the handle actually. Yeah, no, dude, that thing is super useful, especially with all the plug welds that I need to drill. Like, think about all the crap we need to drill to get the trunk pan in eventually. All right, there we go. Cool. Spring-loaded punches. Yeah, I need one of those. I thought I had one, but I thought I have a lot of things, but I don't. Okay. All right. So let's do the same exact measurement again. First of all, let's make sure that we're level. We are very level. I am good, Rooster. I'm very good. Cool, cool, cool. Let's measure again, make sure we're centered. 39.5, 19 3/4. We need to be right there. Sweet. Okay, so what we're gonna do, same thing that we did with the cross. I'm just gonna tack this thing in, and then we'll check with the trunk. We'll check, make sure the trunk and everything is good. Good. Let me get another clamp. Ow! Ow! Chat, why are you dropping things on me? Chat, why you gotta go and make me feel bad? Nope, a little bit off on this side. It moved a little bit. Okay. We're good. Are we still level? We are dead center level. Just check my measurement one more time. No. Yeah, okay. That's good enough. We're within a 1/16 of an inch. 1/8 inch tolerance on this entire car from the factory. So being within a 1/16, as long as these holes are over the frame rail channels, we should be good to go. Excellent. And then what I'm gonna have to do after we tack this in, I'm gonna have to get the grinding wheel out and just zap off the end of this tab. They made it long on purpose because, you know, who knows, different cars with 1/8 inch tolerances. I would imagine they gave us extra meat over here to take into account that it could be an 1/8 inch out on either side. But we are good to go. Perfect. All right, let's go get the welder. Yippers. All right. How's that OLM lift doing? Oh yeah, they got it down. Sweet. Actually, you know what? We might be able to leave those tabs there. I might be able to save myself a step. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm not going to tack in the plug holes. I'm probably just going to tack it right here on either side just to get, yeah. I'm not going to have I don't want to put a tack in the plug weld hole because that made it harder to fill the plugs when we actually did go to weld it in. So let me turn the gas back on, welder back on. Ecom, dry welder, signal conditioned to auxiliary. Okay. Grounding strap is in position. Cutters. Got to get the welding jacket on and the welding gloves, and then we're good. Yeah, article, I should have done that with the rear cross. It would have saved us some time, so I wouldn't have to go on and replug all that stuff. But that's okay, man. We good. We are good. Just getting all the buttons on my welding jacket situated. There we go. Yeah, it looks like they got the OLM down. That's awesome, dude. So freaking cool. Dude, Starship pads. There's like 4 Starship pads that are in various states of construction right now. Can you believe that? 4 Starship pads. Actually, well, 3 at the Cape, 2 at Boca Chica. There's 5. 1 is being deconstructed, but that's another story. I think there's a little more down to go. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you might be right, dude. I just, you know, we forget that SpaceX is basically doing their own Apollo program. Like, it's easy to not think about that. Like, I have to remind myself constantly, like, that's what's going on. It is pretty impressive. It's pretty freaking cool. Okay. All right. So I'm going to zap one right there, and same thing on the other side. I didn't get my welding gloves. Well, it's just a tack. Ready? I don't have the welding filter on, so sorry. Just okay. That's good enough. She's not moving, and we're still dead level. Excellent. Okay. Now we got to put the trunk in and make sure this thing sits on there perfectly. Make sure this is in the right spot. Make sure we get good fitment to the pan and everything. We might have to bang this around a little bit because I bent it a little bit, but that's okay. It's all right. And we know we measured it twice. Measure twice, right? Cut once or weld once, or, you know. All right, excellent. All right, you guys got to come out from under there. Come on, come out from under there. What are you doing? Take the grounding strap off. Just put the grounding strap like right here. Okay, that's fine. No, I don't want to go. Yeah, I don't want to go. No. Oh, God damn, I hate this thing. I just sliced my finger open on the metal. Nice. Ow. Ow. That hurt, you know? Gotta get the tape measure out. Yeah, I need a Band-Aid. Hold on. My pinky. I hurt my pinky. My pinky's all bent the wrong way. Give me 1 second, guys. I just got to get a Band-Aid. First aid? First aid kit? First aid kit? Hello? Where did that go? Nice. You know, you don't know where that is. It's doing me a real lot of good right now. I don't know where the hell I put it. Might need to go down to the house real quick, dudes. Let me just get a rag then. Who moved my first aid kit? Ernock! Yeah, it's just a flesh wound. Yeah, we've provided the blood sacrifice for the day. We've sacrificed. It's not, you know, you're not doing work unless you're bleeding. Seriously though, take care of yourself. Yeah, I'm not showing it on Twitch. My finger's just pissing blood everywhere. It's not everywhere, it's just a couple of drops. You know, it would be nice if I could find my frigging first aid kit. It's not in the spot that I last put it, because why would it be? Do you know? Why would it be there? It wouldn't be there, Frank, would it? Seriously though, where the heck did it go? Huh. Oh, I found it. It's on the racing rig. Yeah. Yes. Chat, where'd you put the Band-Aids? Yeah. Yeah. Pepper. Oh yeah, just fall out. That's good. Yeah, keep the wrappage from other Band-Aids in there. That's good. Oh. Oh. You bleeding? Yeah, you're bleeding. You know what's annoying? It's one of these stupid cuts that doesn't even freaking hurt. Alcohol prep. Here we go. Here we go. It's just bleeding. It doesn't even hurt that bad. Alcohol pad. No, I'm just kidding. That seriously though, that does hurt. Man, she's gushing. She is gushing. Holy balls. That's not great. Well, you know, I'm losing lots of blood over here. Well, you got more, Carl. It's fine. So I put alcohol on it, guys, to, yeah, disinfect. Rubbing alcohol will do that. Cool. All right, we're good. Back to work. Yeah, that thing is gushing pretty bad, but it's all right. Are you okay? Should you be concerned? No, my finger's just bleeding a little bit. I sliced it on the metal. Yeah, didn't even hurt. I just saw it get sliced. I don't know, I didn't really feel that. I just, yeah, I saw it starting to shoot out blood. Sorry, no, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I have disinfected it and we have provided proper first aid. Who needs a pinky finger anyway? That's right. The only one I care about is this and the ring finger. That's all. And the pointer finger too. Yeah, you don't need a pinky. It's fine. All right, so let's, where were we? We were checking for fit now that we got the trunk pan back in. So let me undo the grounding strap, put that over there. And now, because this is all flush, we could test fit the bumper brackets, the blumper blacklets. We can test fit them again, right? And that'll help us get fitment. Because these have a flange on the back that the trunk pushes up against. Ooh, there's a drop of blood on the ground. That's great. So this will help us fit. All right, let's take a look down there. I'm gonna undo the camera off the mount. Let's take a peek. See what we can see. Sorry, I lost you for a second. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Up there, how's that looking? Oh yeah, we're good. How's fit to this thing? Okay. See a spacing gap right there. See that? There's a little bit of a gap. Is that gap on the other side? Yep. Yeah, same gap. Okay. Good. 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 That's all fine and dandy there. Good. Good. How's the fitment to the lead? Yeah, perfect. Good. Good. All right, we're good. Fitment is okay. Good day to you. Nice to see you manhandling your girl again. Wait, what? Primo's down at the house. Hope he has tetanus shots. I did get a tetanus shot before this. Oh, boat. Boat. Hey, like I said, got to sacrifice a little bit. So next thing I'm going to do is I just want to make entirely sure that we are aligned up at the front. So I'm just going to go up here real fast and just open the door to make sure. Open the door. Yep. Yep. She's straight on this side. Let's just check the other side real quick. There's kind of a witness mark on in the car of where this thing kind of needs to end up being. Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. She's nice and straight. Perfect. Oh, there's a little nick of metal there that I have to get at, but I'll clean that up later. There's a little bit of spot weld over in the corner that's preventing it from flapping all the way down, but we're good. That's elf blood, my friend. Yeah, that's elf blood too. That ain't cheap. Don't you need a rear cab cover? The seat is the cover. I am a boat. All right, I think the lift is done, so I'm gonna shut off the main screen there. Hey, you don't think there's any way to get the blood to flow up the wall? I don't see why not. Killer. How much you want? Well, I don't know. I don't know. $1 million? All right. Drop the check tomorrow. You serious? Thank you, God! All right. Guess what we get to do now? We get to pull this thing out. That's lovely. That's great. I love this. Love that for us. Cool. Cool beans. It's been 0 days since our last accident. All right. So let's get in there and weld that thing. I don't think I need to take the tabs off the sides. I was thinking about it, but I don't think we need to. Let's plug it. We'll plug that thing in and yeah, then we'll go. Just make sure, I'll put the level down there, make sure one final time that she's dead level. Yeah, man, she's in the bars. Yep, just trying to be absolutely sure. Yep, that's good. What do you guys think? Does that look straight? It looks like I bent it a little bit. It's definitely bowed up. It's high right there. We got to push that down a little bit. But when we go to put the trunk pin in, we'll self-tap it to it and it'll flatten out. 1 hour till electron. Thank you. All right, you guys are coming under there with me. Here we go. Let's weld. Listen to me as hard as you freaking can. That freaking robot came with the freaking house and now he's freaking gone. If you see that guy, yeah, I'll let you know. Now you freaking better. If I find out he's over here, I'm gonna be eating my cereal using all of your bowls. Gestale? SpaceX Vice President of Launch says January for Flight 12 V3. Javine, I said, that's what I said, man. I told you. I said that. Everyone's like, February, March. No, January. And no one at SpaceX told me that either. I'm just looking at the hardware. Officer Murtaugh, look at the hardware. All right, let's do this. Let me get my gloves. I hate that guy. He's so scary. He's so frightening, and he doesn't wear a shirt. You'll make our house bleed right now. Sorry. Rep, you love my shiny metal undercarriage. Much more of a lady magnet than the rust bucket. Oh, yeah. Wait. No. What? Wait. What? Yeah? Yeah, Terminator. I told you, dude. How many times I told you? My name's T-Dog, son. Theodore, what are you doing? Okay, all right. I'm not as nimble as I used to be. Hi. All right, we don't have the welding filter on the camera, so, you know, just safety squinch chat. I need the light though so I can see. All right, I'll do this one first. So what I'm going to do, guys, we're going to start this side of the hole. We're just going to swirl it around. Bring it around town. Ready? 1, 2, 3, schnell. Nice. That's good. That was a good plug weld. Next. So I'm going to start here. We're just going to do the same exact thing. How's that? How about now? Good. Sweet. Other side. Smoking. Oops. Sorry. Oops, I broke the tack. Balls. All right. That's fine. It's aligned. It should be okay. I'll just lean on it a little bit. Ready? Cool. She stayed aligned. We're good. Okay, one more. Ugh. Yeah, that's a good plug. I just probably put a little too much weld in there. But that's okay. Sizzling bacon time. That's right. All right, dude. That thing is in. It ain't going nowhere. Are we level? That's fine. She's a little to one side, but that's okay. We have some, get some play in here with that. Good. All right, let's get the grinder out. Hey, how you doing? Don't drop the camera. Oh, blood stain. All right, so I'm just gonna get in here with the grinder and I'm gonna grind those welds, grind the welds down. And I think I'm actually done with the welder for the day. So, at least for now. So I'm gonna go shut it off and I'm gonna undo the grounding strap. Welder off. Gas is off. Take the grounding strap out. Sweet. Rip? Rip? What do you mean? Can you guys see this? Playback still looks good on my end. All good? Go, yes. Beautiful. Thank you. I know I am. Yeah, it's all fine. What about on YouTube? Nominal. Thank you. Cool. All right. I don't know why. Don't type that. It screws me up so bad, man. Dude, that looks real good. All right, let me get my grinder. I don't want the sparks because we don't have the shield on the camera. I don't have the shield in front of it. I don't want to shoot sparks at the lens, so I'm just gonna leave the camera here for this part, guys. I'm gonna get my face shield out and we're just gonna grind down those spots. Yeah. You know, it's getting to the point where it's harder to get in here. But that's because we got more stuff in the way because we're building the car back. All right, ready? Good. Good. There's a little bit of a hole there. I should probably hit that with a welder. That's right where it started, the pool. Balls. That's flat. I'm just gonna do that on the other side, so. Yeah. That one's good. I gotta go a little bit more on this one. He said moron. Score. I gotta get a little bit of the tack. Hold on. There we go. Excellent. Sweet. Perfect. Cool. Actually, another thing that I'm going to do over here is I painted this leaf spring perch, but it still has the electroducted primer below it. It still has the DDP primer. So we just got to clean this surface off and repaint it. I'm going to do it while we're here. So you guys just back off. I'm just going to clean the flange on this. Because I have the weld through primer on it. But see this black stuff? That's the electro-coated primer that comes, that's how the parts come so they don't rust. This is fine, and you can paint on this, but you can't weld through this black paint. So I got to get this to bare metal, and then I have to recoat it with steel it. Because I need to weld to this stuff. Now you should probably use a wire wheel to do this, but I'm going real light. Real light with this. Just enough to get down to the metal and get the paint off. Cool. Yeah, I figure we do it while we're here, because I got to get in and paint over this stuff anyway, so it's good to do that. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna get you guys kind of up and away so no paint flakes get on the tripod. What I'm gonna do is we'll clean off those surfaces. Actually, what we could do is check for trunk fitment again.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Whoa,
what
what's
font
that?
is best to swear in? Cursive.
That was funny. Yeah, let's we'll get the trunk in there again, just to be absolutely 100% sure that this thing is good. I like to move all the wires out of the way. Okay. All right. All right. I'm not trying to say that I am procrastinating picking that damn trunk up and putting it back in the car, but yeah, I'm definitely doing that. Definitely doing that. Gloves are another cut. That's a good idea. Let me put my welding gloves on. You know what? I'm gonna have to grind off the EDP here as well on the cross member. Balls. Crap balls. All right, let's go. Now, I've shown you guys what I'm looking for here, so I'm just gonna throw this in quick because we are coming up on the Electron launch, so. Just gonna get under here with the light. Just take a look. Yep. 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 Okay, leaf spring perches. Yep. 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 Rear cross, good. Over here, leaf spring perch. Yep. Yup. Sweet. Oh, man. Good stuff, dudes. Good stuff. So it came together real good. It's easy when you take the time to make sure that everything aligns. That's something that I'm really learning that you got to do with this. Just got to, like, that's the mistake that I made. I went too fast. You got to make sure everything aligns to everything, and that requires, you know, fitting the trunk pan, taking it out, fitting it, and taking it out, fitting it and taking it out, fitting it in and taking it out. Pants in the oven early today, nice. Procrastinating is productive. It gives you time to think about it and reduce mistakes. Yeah, right. That's usually why I procrastinate something, guys, because I usually throw myself into the lion's den here with projects and do stuff that I have no idea how to do. And we do it. And I end up procrastinating a lot because there's parts of it I just don't know how to do and I got to figure it out. That used to happen with Kerbal projects all the time. And everyone's like, why are you procrastinating something? It's like, because I don't know how to do it. But the thing is that you just got to sit there and figure it out. You know, sometimes that means staring at the wall. Let me just check up front here. Yep, that's good. Sweet. Oh, man. Now, we did it, dudes. Freaking did it, man. This is perfect. Everything fits fine. We got to weld the bumper perches in, but everything is A-okay. Let me check fitment to the wheel wells. Fitment to the wheel wells seems fine. What about over here? Yep, everything's good here. Hold on, I see something. Yeah, okay. When we get the pan, when we go to weld this in, then I'll just pull it down. That's fine. Cool. All right, excellent. Excellent. Ah. All right, let's put it all together. Let's see, let's mock it up and see how it works. Where are you cutting out the wheel wells? So the wheel wells are a two-piece thing. The wheelhouses are a two-piece design. There's the inner and outer wheel well. Here. See the flange in the center? That thing? It's two-piece. If we have to do the quarters, and I do, because the quarter panel should be down here, but all that was cut out because it rusted. If we really want to do that, if we're going to do the quarter, we're going to cut that out. And then there are alignment holes. There are alignment brackets that the factory used to get the wheelhouses lined up. See that little hole right there? We got to use that with a new wheel well when I go to buy it, because there is no material left right there. But if we use that and we get the wheel well centered on the inner wheel well, like I have to fix this part right here, but that just cut it out and that's easy, right? And then I can use that to butt up against, I could line up the wheel well, get that centered, and then the fender, it welds the piece that goes right here, and then the fender, the quarter panel, weld to the wheelhouse. So if I get the wheelhouse centered and just kind of hold it in place, we can hang the quarter on the thing and it'll give us basically an alignment for the quarter panel. It gives you a datum for it. So like from here out, caca, we're not saving that. There's really nothing there. The wheelhouse should go down to here where my finger is. That should be the bottom. Yeah, I mean, I could fix it, but the wheel well, see this little dark gap right there? It's rusted all in there. It's rusted through the quarter panel. So yeah, we'll just get rid of it. Get rid of it and get another one. The wheelhouses are, I don't know, I think they're like 130 bucks a pop. So that ain't no thing. I just got to repair the part on the right-hand side, but it's a two-piece stamping, so it's a two-piece stamping that they spot welded together. It's a project to get them out, but it's a project to do the quarters, so whatever. Whatevs, dog. All right, guys. Let's check something. Let me think. How do we want to do this? All right, so we got the trunk pan in. It's more or less in the spot that, just drop it. Screw it, it's fine. Just drop it, it's no big deal. It's more or less in the position that we want. So I'm gonna assemble the rest of all the pieces that attach to it, and we're gonna just do a mock-up here to make sure that this is all aligned. I will do a mock-up with the bumper as well. That'll be cool. We'll do that before the Electron goes. The trunk pan should be in place for alignment purposes. Correct. Yeah. There is a little bit of wheel well left, right? But I'm going to use that. On the inner wheel wells, dude, I'm going to use that to fill the gap, right? And then we'll, the outer wheelhouses, I don't need to worry about it. The outer wheelhouse attaches to the trunk extensions, which are these pieces. This is the trunk extension. We are going to have to eventually weld that to the sides of the trunk pan once the trunk pan's burned in. But for now, here, let me take the bumper brackets off. Because this also picks up on the outer wheelhouse. See that flange right there, Fluffy? The outer wheelhouse is right here, and the tire would be like right there. So I should be able to get this aligned. And the reason why I should be able to do it is because there's really no quarter panel to pick up on in there. There we go. Cool. Sweet. All right. So let me get a clamp in there. Clamp this trunk extension in position. Make sure it's nice and level. Yeah, that lines up. It lines up with everything. When we get the new wheelhouse, it'll line up perfectly with it. As long as I get the wheelhouse in the right spot. Cool. Okay, so now I need the don't drop it, idiot. Now I need the cross member extension. This piece goes over here, like so. And it's some triangulation for your, trunk extensions to make sure they stay in the right spot. The reason why they made this part modular is because they use one chassis for a bunch of different cars. There, that's in position. Now I got to do the same thing on the other side. Clampetron. No, don't fall. Don't fall. Stop, 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 stop. Frick you, gravity. Now I got to put the other cross member extension piece in right here, like that. Clamp it in the exact same way, like that. There we go. Cool. Sweet. Nice. That looks good, man. That looks real good. This is all stuff we got to weld in. Oh, hell yeah, Mechanic Stream, good vibes. Cheers, hope all is well. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry, Wartaz. Me starting now made it seem like it's later in the day. Whoops. Sorry, man. Okay, now that that's all together, we should have 2 more clamps. Where's the other clamp? Oh. It's hanging up where I put it. That's weird. Okay. Now, this part still needs to be repaired, but it's good for mock-up purposes. I can take this bad boy, and we hang it right here. Okay, that's one. So I'm trying to align the spot welds from the original car here. There. All right. Let's take a look. Some of the rustier parts of this car do get kind of caught up here. That fits back in position. That's where it was. All right. So I'm going to use something to hold this in place. I've been using a smaller set of screws to do this. Here we go. I have just an extra bolt with a washer to pick up on the alignment hole for this to get these things in place. Sorry, Two Toads, can't do that. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Stop staring at my butt, Two Toads. It's weird. Stop doing that. I know you're doing it. Stare. How dare you? You pervert! So these are the alignment holes for the rear tail panel. What we do is I just tighten the screw to get that into the right spot. That goes there like that. There's still a bunch of holes here, but that's okay. All right. And I'm just aligning the spot weld holes that I cut out originally. Now we just got to do that on the other side with the other bolt here. That hurt. Oh, that hurt, but I'm all right, yeah. $364 more days till hockey season. I got to toughen up. The hell? Nut isn't threading, so that's good. Special Officer Doofy reporting. How's that look, dudes? Not bad. Not bad. I still got to fix a bunch of spots on the rear tail panel. It's not in too bad a condition. It's just rusty under here. How's that look? I eat 3 foot-longs a day to help me stay big and strong. Hey, Happy, can I get one of those? Coming right up. Talk about a hole-in-one. I hope I didn't cross-thread that damn thing. Nope, one size bigger. Trying to get this bolt aligned here. Didn't want to thread, but now it's going to thread. I said, now it's going to. I must have gacked the damn thread because that nut, just drop your ratchet, whatever. That nut doesn't want to go on. Could be cross-threading, but whatever. Cross-threading, nature's Loctite. The real question is, why doesn't this thing want to stay? What's wrong? Something aligned? Something's not aligned somewhere, maybe? No, we're not. Where are we rough? I don't understand. Come on, you. Yeah, that thing's stuck. Lovely. Fine. We do it this way. We fall back on superior firepower. I may have cross-threaded that thing on there. Doesn't look like it though. Sorry, I didn't expect this to take this freaking long. This was supposed to be something quick. Supposed to be something quick. Yeah, does this thing thread? Oh, it's getting stuck. Did we gack the threads? Huh. I don't know. It's just tough on the threads, dude. It doesn't want to go. It doesn't want to go any further than that. I don't see anything wrong with the threads or anything. I shouldn't have done that, but whatever. Maybe it's the nut. The nut doesn't look like it wants to go past a certain point, but that's okay. What car is on your t-shirt? It's the one from the Excellent Adventure, the truck. Lufus. There we go. Much better. Stay in there. Stay in there. Oh man, if I could just get that damn screw to thread, this thing would be easy to put this thing together. Maybe I have another nut. It's always good to have another nut. All right. No, I'm not putting that on the car to fall over. Oh, hey, it does what it's supposed to. So this nut's caca. I'll put it back in the nut box in my nut tray, and then we'll figure out, you know, later when we go to use it again, after I've forgotten this particular moment in time, that it's not going to work. Excellent. Cool. Nah, I don't want to do that. We'll go in this way. There. It's pretty lined up. Let's see if we can cinch it down. So I'm kind of just putting the whole car back together without putting the whole car back together. But this is good to do this after you do a big thing to make sure that everything is good. There we go. There we go. That's not going anywhere. Sweet. Yeah, it's not doing the best at getting this aligned, but it's good enough. It's good enough. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we need to put the bumper brackets on. Bumper brackets. Now this is your kind of stream, nothing but a rear end. Yeah, all right. Do you have rear tail lights? Yeah, of course, outdoorsman. Of course I do, man. I put them away though. I didn't want to keep the rear tail lights and the housings and the bezel and everything. I wanted to keep it far away from where I was doing work because I didn't want to mess it up. I basically took the entire back of the car apart. The wire harness for the rear of the car is sitting basically where the driver's seat should be. So in order to get the bumper brackets on, I gotta take off some bolts here. I had it partially assembled from the last time that I did this. Just give me a second and get all the hardware unscrewed, and then we can put this back into position. Freaking bumper is using chrome capped carriage bolts to hold the brackets in so it looks nice. Under 30 for Electron. Okay. Okay, so here's the bumper bracket, and we need the bumper bracket plate right here, and then we need the hardware for it, which we have right here. Why exactly aren't you threading? Hello? What the hell? I just had this bolt in here a second ago. Why isn't it threading? Maybe this one? Perhaps? So I'm trying to just basically put the whole rear of the car back together and bolting it together as much as I possibly can. Okay, in order to do that, because this thing isn't welded in, you kind of have to just have it sit there. Now the bumper brackets are held in with 4 bolts. 2 of them go through the bottom and 2 of them go through the actual cross member. Come on. Well, that one's a little easier. Okay, that's 2. Now this one needs to go through here and find the back of the bracket and the bumper. Ow. Come on. Come on. Got it. See how it's coming through? So this test is just to make sure that everything is fitting, everything fits together. Right now, the rear bumper, the rear tail panel is, with the exception of that bolt that's like super loose over there, it fits really well. That looks good. Now we just got to get the 4th one up in here. That one went in no problem. Like, these don't need to be tight. Everything is built for adjustability. That's why the holes are slotted on the bumper bracket. So that's good enough. Now we got to do that on the other side. Rocket Lab is live in T-minus 5 minutes. Yeah, baby. All right, I don't have much time. Let's go. Okay, so this goes here. Bumper bracket. That's in. I need one of these. Come on, get in there. Sorry, I gotta do this quick. Okay, 2 more bolts, and then we can put the bumper on. Come on, you bastard. Dude, all right, come on, I'm seriously running out of time. Come on, physics. Come on, physics, work with me here. There it is. I got it. I got it. Come on. Stay level. Man, you know what's strange? I'm so used to just being able to reach into the trunk. My hand is going for spots where I'm like, oh yeah, there's nothing there. But because we're doing a full mock-up, there is stuff there. Weird. That's a mystery why that's that way. Okay. Is this all lining up? Yeah, man. Yeah, man, we're good. Nice. That lines up. Your flange lines up. All right, cool. We're going for gold. We're going for gold, chat. Dun, 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 dun. This bumper's a little messed up, but it'll work. See you last. What do you want? Leave me alone. Good enough. All right. It's not all the bumper bolts, but that's pretty good. How's that look? This side is low because we don't have all the bolts in, but I got to get the dents out of that damn bumper. Hey, that's not bad, dude. It's a little wonky, yeah. She's a little weird, but yeah, man, look at that. Everything fits. There's a little bit of weirdness right here because there's still rust that I have to fix on the rear tail panel. Nice. Nice, dude. Nice. Pretty good, man. I mean, the bumper is a little weird, but it's because it's not bolted all the way in. But there's plenty of adjustability to get that damn thing straight. What I'm really looking for is that if the bumper is kind of like leaning to one side or the other, it's kind of hard to tell because it's a little bit bent. I don't know how I'm gonna get that bend out, but, and then there's another little dink right there, but if this thing is up and in position, it's gonna look like that. And that is going to be, once again, with the exception of the damn kinks in the bumper, that's gonna be pretty good, man. Pretty good. Sweet. Everything lines up. Let me take a look back here. We're getting some weirdness with the tail panel. But that's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Hey, William, what's up? Check it out, dudes. Like, you can even tell. You can tell from up there that that thing is pretty straight. Like, that's where it would be if it was bolted. Yeah. That's killer, man. Yeah, if we bolted this side up, got this side up into position. What I'm really looking for is the distance between the bumper and the rear tail panel. And dude, it is pretty good. That's pretty good. It's pretty straight. Sweet. Awesome. All right, I'm happy with today's work. Pretty good, right? It's pretty good. Nice. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Let me check fitment. Yeah, we're gonna have to get this trunk pan in. Yeah. Let me just look under here real quick. That's good. It's riding a little high over there for some reason. The trunk, after I put some parts on. She's riding just a little bit high, but it's not much. I think that's good enough. I mean, I'll self-tap the thing down into place before I weld it in. If you squint, it's mint. What have you done on the car today? I welded in all the rear cross members, dude. So on that backing plate that went across, that goes across the entire back of the car that's behind this right now, I welded that sucker in. And I burned the trunk cross member in too. Oh, man. Sweet. And then what I did is after I did all that, I mocked everything up again. Put it all back together as best as you can. You know, there's some play here and there in the alignment. But like what I'm really looking for, guys, I know this is going to sound dumb. What I'm really looking for is does it line up? Does everything line up? Like, is this straight? Is the tail panel on straight? Yeah, it's pretty frigging straight. Check it out. Look at that. And now keep in mind, we have a little bit of nominal play because it's not like bolted all the way back in, but look. For a mock-up, that's pretty damn good. Look at that. See, when everything, that's what I've noticed about metal. When everything is aligned, when everything is straight, it goes together very, 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 very easily. Everything just fits. It's just when stuff isn't aligned, that's when it gets to be an issue. Yeah, Jeff, that's good, man. I'm happy I took this thing apart and redid it. Yeah, that would have bothered me for a long time. But we did, dudes. And look at that. It's straight, man. Now, if my bumper was not completely destroyed and like something hit it, this is before I owned the car, something hit it there, something hit it there. if the bumper wasn't completely destroyed, then I would it would be really easy to see how straight this is. I would put it on the level just to be sure. You like the creeper? Hey, the cardboard is a good creeper and it's free. I broke my creeper, dude. I'm too big for that damn thing. Sweet. This is good, man. This is really good. Look at that. I bet you the trunk will close too. That's pretty awesome. So much freaking work, dude. But yeah, excellent, guys. So, what are our next steps? Where do we go from here? What do we do? Got to go to truck driving school. What do I do? Where do I go? So I got to take this all apart, and then we got to paint the I got to steel it, that stuff. Crap, we should probably do that. Balls. Take the trunk pan out. Yep. Yeah, actually, Jim, that is the next step. Take all this apart, paint the metal paint the welds that we just did over, right? And then put the trunk pan in for hopefully the penultimate time. And yeah, just work on final adjustment, mark the adjustment with my paint marker, and yeah, probably the next stream we'll do that. That's so nice, dude. I love welding it in and then doing a fitment test, and everything fits. Everything's perfect. There is some wonkiness with the tail panel right here, not like butting up next to the trunk, but I'll chalk that one up to this being welded and gross. Yeah. Rocket Labs go across the board. All right. All right, let's get the first of 3 rocket launches in today, shall we? Oh, man. Here, hang on. Let me shut the door. Still perfect alignment. We haven't moved anything. Oh, yeah. And let's get the high cam. Look at that, dude. Look at that. Hell yeah. Sweet. That's awesome. It looks like an automobile. Dude, I'm super happy. I know Rocket Lab's going in a second, and I'll get back to it, but yeah, baby. Probably paint some numbers on it and take it to the local track for a good time. Hey, Petrie, nice seeing you out in the shop. Yeah, yeah. Last boss, looky what you just got. That's a nice card, Tessa. I have one of those. Nice. Okay. Let's see what's good with Rocket Lab, dudes. The nation god navigates.
All those performances of all the loads. So I got the
I'll be right back. I got to shut off the ambient music. Oh, it's already off. Why don't you guys say something? How dare you? Cough drop.
I think to see it for real for the first time will just be kind of pretty surreal to begin with. We'll probably all be gathered here for the launch, and yeah, we'll just be waiting for first contact. And I think once we get that, it'll be all systems go, and then from there it will just be from one milestone to another, and it's going to be fun to be part of that.
Where is this launching from? This is launching from the Mahia Peninsula in New Zealand. So right now they're talking about the Escapade mission. That's a mission that's launching on Blue Origin, New Glenn. It's going to launch maybe this weekend. Who knows? See, that's the Escapade mission right there. So this is launching from the Mahia Peninsula. This is Rocket Lab's 74th mission, 16th mission this year.
Not just how the atmosphere and magnetosphere evolve at planets like Mars.
You have no
but also
sound?
use that science
How
as
about
a
now?
model to compare Earth's own magnetosphere and atmosphere.
How about
to
now?
space. We can't wait to see this mission finally fly soon. We've got our fingers crossed, so keep an eye on our socials to follow their journey to Mars once Escapade is launched.
LD GCL mission. GCLD. Hold down mechanisms are armed. Strong bag is retracted for flight.
All right. You're getting audio through the mic. I can, here, you know what I can do? Hold on. Let's do that. That'll do it. That'll be better. You might hear double sound. Give me 1 second. I gotta wait for them to talk again. Come on. Say something. Or not.
Now back to Electron and today's launch from LC1.
There we go.
We are just 4 minutes away from our T0 liftoff target right at 8:51 a.m. local time here in New Zealand. We're tracking no issues with the rocket, the payload, the range, or the weather as we head into the final count. Electron's flight computer will take over the countdown and run the last 2 minutes or so of the pre-launch autonomous
that's
operations.
pad 2B.
That includes
The other one's
final
right
top-offs
there.
of liquid oxygen to the propellant tanks and peak pressurization across both stage 1 and stage 2 ahead of liftoff. Once we check those boxes, it'll be time for
I
that
think they're
final
wondering the same thing,
10-second
Vanguard.
countdown. So let's switch back over to mission control and listen in to the final count.
And
We'll be back with
listening
you after liftoff.
to the final
Go
count.
Electron.
So yeah, the Mahia Peninsula in New Zealand is a 2-pad launch complex. They're launching off the second pad today. So that's pad B. And pad A you just saw in the foreground there in the last shot. So we're 3 minutes, 25 seconds from launch here. Once again, this is Rocket Lab's 74th mission overall, 16th mission this year. That's an Electron launch. I mean, what month is it? It's 11? So that's almost once a month. That's pretty dang good flight cadence, guys. That's impressive. I know it seems like that's not that big of a deal because of SpaceX, right? Who's done like
To all operators, from now on, there should be no red flags in your critical
done like
LCCs.
140 missions,
Beacon
but
LD on mission card.
this year.
Beacon. Lock the auto sequence and confirm.
Locked.
Confirm all flight computer ASCOs are green.
All ASCOs are green.
Copy
Okay.
Beacon. To all operators, we are go for auto sequence start at T-minus 2 minutes. LD is go for launch.
Launch director says he's good to go. What does this sat do? So this is an IQPS satellite. Give me 1 sec. I got to read. I think it's IQPS. Give me a moment. Yeah, QPS SAR-14. It's a synthetic aperture radar commercial Earth observation satellite. Basically, it means it takes pictures of the ground. It's part of the IQPS constellation, which is 36 satellites. I believe this is the 14th out of 36, so that's pretty good. Once again, IQPS is a commercial Earth observation company. So they take pictures of Earth, they take synthetic aperture radar pictures of Earth.
The vehicle is fully on internal power.
You could do a bunch of stuff with SAR pictures, albeit for like research or weather.
Is green and enabled for flight.
Like climate science research. You can do a bunch of good stuff with these things. "90 seconds.
Locked load is complete. System is in recirculation.
They do include, well, actually, Awesome Drummer, I don't know if they include haste missions. Yeah, probably. Pad deluge system is on. You can see it down there.
Anti-geyser is disabled. Stage 1 and Stage 2 tanks are pressed for flight.
High flow engine purge enabled.
40 seconds. "30. 20 seconds.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting.
I just said that. Ten.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Sound suppressor is on.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Ignition.
1. Ignition.
And there she goes. We got a liftoff. The nation God navigates. 14th IQPS satellite. Or 14th SAR satellite for IQPS is 36 satellite constellation.
Beginning control.
Yeah, the drone's getting a little funky there. Beautiful launch site, Taco, for sure.
Stage 1 propulsion nominal.
Good call on Stage 1 prop.
Electron has cleared the launch pad and the nation god is on its way to space for IQPS. Velocity is quickly climbing at more than 800 kilometers an hour and counting, with Electron just past 5 kilometers above LC1 right now. The first thing we want to listen out for from Mission Control is the call for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. It's that moment during ascent when Electron's increasing speed meets decreased air density to cause the maximum amount of stress against the vehicle. Let's listen in.
Yes, let's.
Clear max Q.
Nice, clean sailing through max Q for Electron there. The
nice.
vehicle speed is climbing nicely past 2,500 kilometers an hour, now at 1.5 minutes into the mission. Next up after max Q will be MECO, or main engine cutoff, which is the command to shut down Electron's 9 Rutherford engines on the first stage. Once this happens, the first and second stages of the rocket will separate, and the single remaining Rutherford engine on the second stage will fire up to fuel the rest of the Nation Guard's ride to orbit.
Nice.
We should be able to check out both stages during that separation event, so keep an eye out for that milestone as it occurs.
Stage 1 propulsion holding nominal. Stand by for MECO in approximately 30 seconds.
"15 seconds to staging. Enter it burnout the deck mode.
Stand by for staging. Engine cutoff.
MECO confirmed.
Stage separation.
Stage separation.
Second stage audio. All right. You hear the impeller spool up? That's cool, man.
And that's confirmation the stages have cleanly separated, and our vacuum-optimized Rutherford engine on the second stage has fired up to continue the mission to orbit. Electrons moving now at more than 7,900 kilometers per hour, past 100 kilometers in altitude. Next up will be fairing separation from this second stage. This will mark the first time QPS SAR-14 has been exposed to the vacuum of space. We might be able to see those two fairing halves split and fall away from the onboard camera view. Let's watch out for that now.
So top of the screen, guys. You'll see it. There he goes.
Fairing jettison confirmed.
Yeah, there's the two fairing halves up there.
Discharge holding nominal.
Okay. Looking good,
and there
man.
they go. Fairing jettison confirmed for Electron.
Nice.
And there on your screen is the QPS SAR-14 satellite ahead of payload deployment.
Some things you'll hear from Mission Control shortly will be HV battery discharge nominal and approaching hot swap, both of which are call-outs related to the batteries powering the Rutherford engine on Electron's second stage. These batteries are essential for driving the electric pumps that supply fuel and oxidizer to the engine.
Yep,
Nice.
but like most batteries, their energy eventually runs out. And since the second stage burn lasts longer than the capacity of the initial set of batteries, Electron executes a critical maneuver called the hot swap. During this process, the rocket switches to a fresh set of batteries while the engine continues firing and gets rid of the depleted ones. This action is a key milestone in the second stage's path to orbit. Let's watch and listen.
Should be coming up on battery hot swap here in a second.
Guidance is nominal. 200 seconds remaining.
Proton is an underrated Russian rocket. The engineering behind it is cool. Yeah, Proton's cool. It's just hypergalls. People have the ick with hypergalls nowadays. They're like, you can't use that. It's bad. Yeah, whatever.
HV discharge holding nominal. Approaching hot
Yeah,
swap in
whatever.
roughly 30 seconds.
Now, Rocket Lab and Electron aren't using hypergolics, though. This is using RP1, which is a highly refined version of kerosene. It's basically jet fuel.
Throttling down.
And liquid oxygen. Okay, watch. Watch this mirror-y thing right here. She's gonna go. Come on. Bye-bye. So,
Confirm hot swap successful.
And that's a clean and successful hot swap. The second stage, Rutherford is firing hot and nominally after that action, exactly as expected. The mission has a bit further to go beyond Earth before we reach our next staging event ahead of our 575-kilometer target orbit.
I am in space right now. So the reason why they jettison the battery, guys, is because their rocket engines, being small, enable them to be able to
discharge holding nominal.
The turbines
and AMTS has saved.
Not the turbines. The fuel pump is able to be driven by an electric motor. An electric motor needs batteries, so their batteries are in parallel to drive the pumps for the motor, the fuel pump.
We have a few more minutes left.
So they jettison the battery when it runs out of charge.
Before Electron reaches its nominal transfer orbit and separates the kick stage with the QPS SAR-14 satellite. Because the kick stage is released in an elliptical pattern, a transfer orbit will bring the kick
battery
stage to
spring
the
loaded?
altitude of
I
its
would
planned
guess, yeah.
575-kilometer circular orbit.
To save
That
mass.
journey
You
takes
got it,
about
XJ.
40 minutes or so from the moment the kick stage is separated from the second stage. Once the kick stage reaches its target, its own engine will light up to perform additional maneuvers to circularize its altitude before deploying Yachi Hoko 1 to join the rest of IQPS's constellation.
So chucking batteries into the sea? No, they're going way too fast for that thing to make it down. The battery burns up. Are hypergolics cheaper to use? Trade-offs.
Right, so we're coming up now on our final staging event before payload
I'd say
deployment.
RP1 and
It's a
LOX is
process
probably
very
easier
similar
than
to MECO,
hypergols,
which
but
we
it's a
completed with the
trade-off.
first stage just a few minutes ago. But this time
battery will
we have
re-enter, Johan.
SECO
Yep.
for second engine cutoff of that vacuum Rutherford engine you see on your screen over there. We should see it shut down in preparation for the second stage to release the kick stage and send the Nation Guard on its way to orbit. Standing by with mission control now.
SECO confirmed.
High orbit, man? I mean,
Stage
266.
confirmed.
Great news. That is SECO
parking
confirmed on
orbit,
the
man.
second stage and a successful deployment of the kick stage to its nominal transfer orbit.
Sweet.
Great news for the mission so far.
We're here in an elliptical orbit for about 40 minutes or so until we reach our planned apogee. And then it's our Curie engine's time to shine. Curie is our secret sauce to our extreme precision. About 4 minutes before payload deployment, our tiny Curie engine will ignite for a 3-minute burn to circularize our orbit ahead of delivery for QPS SAR-14.
That's right, but for now, we're going to take a break from the broadcast while the kick stage does its thing. And we'll come back and join you to listen in on those final moments before payload deployment. See you back here shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while before they do that. So we'll just switch back over. Pretty cool. Awesome. 1 of 3 launches on the books today. Hopefully. So that was the Nation God Navigates from Rocket Lab. Pretty good mission. And then we have Starlink 6-81. That's at 8:30. And then Viasat 3 F2 at 10. Stream's probably going to go all the way to that. And we will go from there. Cool. What time is it? 3 o'clock? All right. We got some time. Probably got... Is the charger still on a rust diet or is it gaining mass? It's gaining mass, dude. Yeah, we burned 2 things in permanently today. Pretty cool. I was doing a full mock-up here. I put the whole car back together, albeit with screws and clamps, right? And it does look good back here. This is all nice and aligned. Everything is nice and happy. A little bit of rust still over here, but other than that, man, not bad. Not bad at all. Everything's still level and in place. Yep. The trunk pin is binding on something, and I think that's just rust that it's binding up on here. Either that or like the bumper bracket or something something's pushing it around. But yeah, if I push it down if I push the trunk pin down, it goes back level. Well within the margin of error, but up here, we're nice and level. Everything is level, dudes. We're good. That's not bad, man. How are the welds? Well, to show you what we worked on, I got to take this whole thing apart. Got to take the damn thing apart again. I was trying to get it all ready to go before the Rocket Lab launch, but yeah, we can start taking it apart. It looks good though. Everything looks fine. The The tail panel is nice and level. The bumper is bent to snot, so it's hard to see it if it's level, but I'm looking through here and I'm looking at the brackets, and the brackets seem to be right, so. Yeah, Couchy, we got a lot done, dude. Yeah. All right. I am pretty happy with this. This isn't bad. I just got to figure out, we got to figure out a way to get these dents out of the damn bumper. I have no idea how I'm going to get that back true, but we'll figure it out. Dart has been approved to fly. January is when they're going to be testing it. Dart? What do you mean? All right, well, we mocked everything up. We did all that work. Now take it apart. Can you fix the bumper? Yeah, I mean, Sig, it's just metal. Of course I can. I mean, we could. I just got to figure out a way to... This is the big one. There's a small dent right there on the edge. That shouldn't be too hard to get out. We just got to heat it. This one's going to be tough because the license plate cover and everything is there. But, you know, we'll get it. How did I finger tighten this thing beyond being finger tight? What the heck? Come on. There we go. I got it. So yeah, we'll take the bumper off and then take the brackets off, and I'll show you guys what we welded in today. And also, thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. I know it's not KSP, but hopefully this is kind of cool. I have a lot of fun with this. This is fun for me. Are you using any Dono parts from other chargers? No. They make so many parts for this. It's actually cheaper to just buy it new. I'm serious, Sig. It's cheaper to buy new because everybody wants the old parts. Everybody wants the original stuff. It's some real hipster thing going on with cars. Everybody wants to have the original. It's got to be the original steel that was made, you know, in Detroit, which is fine. Like, I totally get it, to be 100% honest. Totally get that. But, so the reason why people want, like, original steel, dude, is because, the reason why they want the original steel is they want it on a car, and they want the car to be as original as possible. The problem is a lot of these cars are not very original because they rusted out. So, you know, rather than buy the parts new, right, you can go to a junkyard and part them out. But that's getting, even that's getting to be expensive, you know. But like, here's the thing. If you're a good metal worker, and I'm not the best, but I'm getting there. If you're a good metal worker, you can make, nobody will know. Like, you can make it look, people wouldn't, unless you're like you really know your Mopars, nobody would know the difference. Now, in the case of me, oh, you'll absolutely be able to tell that I just ratted this thing back together. It's pretty dang obvious. But I'm not trying to make like a high fidelity restoration. I'm not doing that. Nobody cares about the 4-door versions of these cars. The only reason why people care about the 4-door versions is to use for parts for the sought after stuff like Hemis and big block cars and manual transmission cars and whatnot. So, you know, I could go and find the actual steel, and maybe I could find another 4-door. I haven't found one. If I found a 4-door 68, 69, or 70 Coronet that was destroyed, but it had some good steel on it, I absolutely would buy it. I absolutely would buy it, dude. But the problem is you'd be hard pressed to find one of these things. You'd be hard pressed to find one of these damn things in decent condition because they all rusted out. And the ones that are still around get parted out. So there's not a lot of meat on the bone left on a lot of these cars. Which, like I said, this car is not really worth restoring financially, but I'm not doing this to gain a profit. I'm doing this to learn. So, you know, one day when we do get a nice car, if I do get a two-door 69 Coronet, I will know exactly what to fix and how to fix it. Unless your Cletus use like 6 gallons of Bondo in your car. Yeah. Yeah. I'm keeping it 4-door. Yeah. I want the 4-door Petrie. It's just a useful car. 2-doors are a pain in the butt to get in the back seat. Just saying. No, for real. The other thing is like, I'm keeping it 4-door because it's different. And to be honest with you, this car is going to end up having more horsepower than a Hemi Charger would have had from the factory. So, you know, it's going to have way more power than originally intended. Having 4 doors is probably a good idea. Now, why? Having 4 doors is a good idea because it's structurally reinforced. Doors are not very structural. Doors are a weak point in the car's design. That's why, for instance, airplanes don't have a lot of doors because it's a weak point, and you want to keep the plane as light as possible. Right? So this thing, because it has 4 doors, the chassis is actually stiffened from the factory. It's a little more beefy than what you'd get. It's a little more beefy than what you'd get from a 2-door. And that will be very good for the amount of power that we want to put through this thing. Oh, Petrie, the other thing is, dude, I figured out that we don't have a 7 1/4 in this thing. It has an 8 1/4, which is weird. I don't know why it has an 8 1/4 rear end. 8 1/4 rear ends Mopar didn't start putting those in cars until 1972 from every internet source that I can find. I'm not painting it safety blue. I like this blue metallic. The metallic blue is, I think, good. Does it have a front 3rd member diff? No, rear. It's a rear 3rd member diff, and it's not a 7 1/4, man. I'll show it to you. It's an 8 1/4, which is weird. It's not posi, or it's not a sure grip, because, you know, the wheels turn in opposite directions. Yeah, but it's not a 7 1/4, which is strange. I thought it was. But yeah, we realized it's an 8 1/4. Or I realized it's an 8 1/4 when I was looking at it the other day. I was underneath the car, getting everything ready for the work that I was going to do on the stream today, and I was looking at it. I'm like, that's not a 7 1/4 rear end. That's weird. Why are you dismantling now? This was just a mock-up, ARJ. So what I do is you weld, what I'm learning is I don't make the mistakes that I made in the beginning of the stream. You don't weld the part in and then go to weld another part in. You weld something, test fit, take it out, you know, weld another part, test fit, take it out. Basically, every time you change something, you have to make sure that the thing is still good. Everything still fits. So we put in the rear cross member today, dude. I put in the rear cross member. I welded the rear cross member and the trunk cross member in. And doing that, I wanted to make sure everything still fits. So I did. We were just checking for fitment, dude, that's all. Just making sure everything fits together. Everything does fit. We're good. Oh, don't go. Man, go all the way over there. You found a 67 Coronet 440 for sale. Looks nice for being a barn find. Yeah. Bandit, I need 67. So 66 through 70 is the 5th gen Coronet. But they had a facelift in 68. So 68, 69, and 70 are really what I'm looking for. The difference between 68, 69, and 70 is basically the grille. On two doors and 4 doors. Yoda, you haven't even lifted your car's hood since you bought it 12 years ago? What do you mean? What do you mean you haven't lifted the car's hood? What does that mean? I hope you have, because if you're driving it, you probably should do an oil change soon. So Petrie, get rid of it? Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking of maybe take the rear end out of the Ram and put it in here. I think that'd be kind of cool. I'm not sure if it's the same bolt pattern though. It might be. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. I'd have to check. Yeah, you should. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want, man. It's your car. All right, so I did take the bolts out, but what I'm really looking for is that this is all aligned to the trunk pan correctly, and it is. Yes. Excellent. Nice. Cool. That's good to go, man. I mean, if this thing wasn't so rusty and if I didn't have to, you know, fix the damn thing, it'd be good, but let's take the rear tail panel off. Yeah, see, this thing is still, I gotta fix that. That's no good. I really would like to save this tail panel as best as I can, or at least attempt to, because you can buy them. You can buy new versions of that. They're $570. I will take my chances trying to fix that. So, here's what I worked on today. Let me show you guys. Just putting my tools away. So if you look, see the gray? That's in. It is in there permanently. We welded it in. I welded it to the frame rail ears, and yeah, then we spray painted them over and ground it flush, make it look like spot welds on both sides. Take the ratchet, put the ratchet up here. I don't want to step on that thing. Quick, someone give $500. No. No. No, I'm good. I cashed out my YouTube payment yesterday, RJ. I cashed it out, and I have to save some of it for taxes, but I cashed out the YouTube payment that was through like doing the Starship launch and stuff. I don't have enough for the tail panel, but we have enough for quarters and wheelhouses. I just gotta figure out my taxes, and then we're good. Or figure out how much taxes I have to pay, and then we're good. But yeah, see, that's in, man. The trunk is not in, and the extensions and the crossmember extensions aren't in, but yeah. A Dana 60 or an 8 3/4. I was thinking an 8 3/4. Dana 60s are expensive, dude. Yeah. 8 3/4 should be fine. I mean, a Dana 60 if we never wanted to have a problem, but that's a substantial chunk of budget, dude. I think as we go through, so I was thinking about how I want to do this, Petrie. I want to get the shell of the car working, and let's be real, that's probably going to be, it'll probably be finished in spring, knowing me. If we just keep consistently plugging away at it, it'll probably be springtime when I get the shell finished. And I'll be honest, when I get the shell finished, I want to drive it. I want to drive the dang thing. I've never got to enjoy a perfectly straight and clean B-body Chrysler. This is the only one I've driven around, and it was a rust bucket. So I'd like to go and take it for a spin. You know, I mean, the car's on the road right now, believe it or not, you know. Just go through it, do all the mechanical things, fix the rest of the brakes, because right now it's got no rear brakes, steering rack, bushing, stuff like that, and just get it really nice running and driving. And while it's running and driving, we bring the Ram in here and we pull the parts out of the Ram next spring. Could you throw a larger rear axle into the Coronet? You could throw in any axle you want into this thing. These 60s cars really have a lot of open space. You can do whatever you want. I thought it would be cool, but not for this project, but you know what would be cool? Taking a Porsche flat 6, because look at all the room you have in the trunk. Taking a Porsche flat 6 and making it rear-wheel drive, rear engine. But I'm pretty sure this chassis would not appreciate that, to say the least. But dude, you could absolutely fit a Porsche. You could fit a Porsche inline 6 in between these rails. Absolutely. And then the transaxle, you got plenty of space. That would be sick, actually. Actually, you know what would be the coolest thing? You take find the most like robust Subaru all-wheel drive transmission that you can find. Put a flat 6 in here, Subaru transmission, right? Axles out, and then a drive shaft that goes through the trans tunnel to the front of the car. Make it rear engine all-wheel drive, because frick you, right? Just mount a Subaru drivetrain in this thing backwards. That would be cool to do to one of these. Oh yeah, it's all-wheel drive. It's all-wheel drive. How cool would that actually be? That's well beyond my fabrication skills right now, but soon. What motor is in this, Petrie? It's a 318. It's a 318 with a 904 behind it and an 8 1/4 rear end, which is all right. All right. I mean, so the 500 trim is it's mid-level. There were 5 trim packages for the Coronet in '69. So there's the Coronet Deluxe, which is bare bones. Those cars came with inline 6s. Slant 6s, actually. And then there's the Coronet 440, which is low-mid. There's a Coronet 500. 500 is basically mid-tier, right? Then there's the RT. Coronet RT is like the race car, right? And then there's the Coronet Super B. Those are the 5 trim levels for '69. Lift it with big mud tires, because redneck, yeah. The 6 with a turbo would be mint. The Slant 6 is a 225 cubic inch. It's like a 3-liter Tessa. I mean, people have turboed Slant 6, but this is a little too big of a car to do that. If you want good power to weight. The Turbo 6 is cool, though. People have done that, dude, but it would be cool. It's cool to do those in a Duster. The A-body Chrysler, which is smaller than this, that's their compact one. People Turbo 6 those things. They make like 250, 300 horse. Pretty good. That's pretty good. And then there's the Coronet Rusty, like yours. Hey, look, I'm at a point where I can do this, and rust doesn't fall out of the car, all right? Okay? I've removed most of it. Most of the rust is in my vacuum cleaner over there. That would be wild. Imagine a front back engine car. Porsche does it. Porsche does it. So there are high-end 911s, Aqualux, that have a flat 6 turbo in the back, and they have a transaxle that goes to the front, and the front has a diff in it. Front back engine car. That'd be weird, dude. Yeah, we put a like a flat 6 turbo in the front and one in the back, 2 engines. Dude, that'd be funky, but you could do a lot. You could do a lot with old American cars because there's so much frigging space. But for this one, I just want to learn how to do it right, amongst anything else. But this is sick, man. This is really good. Really happy with this. Does it over or understeer? Yes. So, here, let me take the rest of this mock-up off. Nope, this one goes on this side. Stay. All right. So, see all that in there? That's all welded. This is all ready to go. I welded that cross member in. That's the trunk cross member, and then the rear cross is in. This is not going anywhere. There's next to no play in this now. What I have to do is we also ground these edges down to get them, to coat them and steel it. And then I have to, we ground down the welds for the trunk cross right here. And they're bare metals, so I have to paint them. I'm just gonna hit them with steel it real quick. Safety breath. Yeah, just you know, just go ham with it. There we go. That's all I needed to do there. The reason why I ground down the leaf spring perch is because it had the original primer on it, and I didn't want the primer. Because so this is the primer that I use, and it's weld through primer. It's called Steel It. It's got stainless in it, so you can weld right through the dang thing. That makes it really easy to work on different parts because like I can, you know, you need bare metal for welding, but you don't want anything to rust out either. So you don't want anything to rust, so if you encapsulate it in primer and then weld it, you're going to give it a better chance of success here. But yeah, this is it. That's it, man. Oh. We also have to grind this thing to bare metal and paint that as well. Because the trunk pan, we have to weld to this thing. Got to drill holes there, and then we actually have to do it there as well. But the next step here is to get all the surfaces prepped. That's actually what we got to do next. We got to get all the surfaces prepped, and then we got to put the trunk pan in for the second to last time, and then I'm going to take a marker when the pan is in, and I'm going to draw basically trace where the outline of the frame rails are on the trunk pan. So when I go to take the trunk pan out, right? When we go to take the thing out, I have marks. We have marks on the back of the pan for where all the holes need to be drilled. And then we drill it. And then once I have all the holes drilled, test the trunk for fitment one last time, start self-tappering the screws in as best as we can through some of the holes, get the thing really, really tight up against the frame rails, and then start welding. That's my plan. Once that pan is back in, dudes, then we work on the inner wheel wells, the inner wheel houses. You see the blue right there? We got to work on the inner wheelhouse and build it back up against the trunk pan because it's a little rusty. The inner wheelhouses for the most part are okay, with the exception of a couple of pieces here and there. But the driver or passenger side rear, that one's fine, easily fixable. This one, not so much. That one's going to be a little bit of a chore, but whatever, it's all right. Don't worry, I don't think you should be concerned about breathing in aerosolized metal paint. But it smells good, man. It smells good. It smells delicious. It's seriously, it's one of those smells that you know it smells good, but you also know it's a chemical, but yeah, it's fine. If I was doing a lot of painting, I would have put the respirator on. We good though. Looks really good. I'm excited to see the updates. Thanks, man. Budring, how are you? Yeah, man. Yeah, Petrie, she's coming along, dude. I think I can confidently say that I know how to put one of these rear ends together. Like, if somebody had like a Super Bee or something and they needed frame rails, I could do that. Yeah, sure, that's no problem. You know, I'm happy that we learned. It is an involved process for sure, but it is fun. I actually enjoy this a lot. I get the same itch, you know, getting this right that I do from like building a really nice spaceship in Kerbal. Yeah, outdoorsman, I won't do that. But yeah, look at it, man. She's good. This thing's great. Yeah, I'm super, super happy with this thing. And then, guys, yeah, couple more things to do. We gotta clean that surface off, paint it. Gotta clean the gotta get the trunk pan extension, or the trunk pan cross member. I should have probably cleaned it before we welded it in, but it's okay. We still level here throughout everything. Oh yeah, dude, perfect. I got to clean off this top surface right here, hit that with steel it, clean off the top of that, hit that with steel it, make the markings, and then zap that trunk pan in. And when after the trunk pan zapped in, guys, we're yeah, then it's on to wheel wells, and then inner wheel wells, we'll repair them, and then the outer wheelhouse we have to outer wheelhouses will probably replace. Those ones are shot. They're rusting on the outside. And it's rusting through the quarter panels, which we also need to replace. That is going to be a huge investment. $1,700 for 2 rear quarters and 2 rear wheelhouses. The reason why it's so expensive, dudes, is because they have to be shipped freight because they're huge. The quarter panels, I can only buy 2-door quarter panels. And the 2-door quarter panel goes from here to here. It's about half of the car, a little under half. So they have to be shipped freight, which blows. But yeah, and then what sucks even more is that I have to cut the dang thing up. Yeah, it is what it is. They're going to be nice 2-door quarters, but I'm not making this a 2-door car. That's the thing. We could, but I like the 4-door. It's going to be easier to make it a 4-door, leave it 4 doors. Yeah, Ephemeral, go pick it up. Just turn it into a 2-door. I would, Jim, but you have to redo the entire roof. The whole roof needs to be redone. The 2-door roof goes this way. It goes this way, and then it kind of, right where the door jamb is, it kind of levels off. But the roof is a different shape. So if we wanted to do it, I could. If we wanted to do it, I would consign another year to this damn project. And we would basically, from like here up and from about here back, we'd have to remove all of this. All of it. Now, what we could do is just, we could make it into a post car. I could get rid of the rear door, and we could get rid of the rear door and move the post back and make it look like a post car. But they didn't do that. They didn't do 2-door sedans in 60, 68, 69, and 70. That was only 66 and 67. They did do that. They had a B-pillar. They made 2-door sedans. So it was a 2-door sedan is the sedan roof with 2 doors, as opposed to the coupe roof with 2 doors. But I don't want to make it any more difficult, dude. Yeah, I'll keep this one 4-door. Once again, I want the chassis rigidity that the B-pillar offers, because it's got an extra structural piece right here. The roof is connected through here structurally to the rest of the car through the B-pillar. So the A-pillar is here, B-pillar's here, C-pillar's here. This is extra structural reinforcement. And like I said, if we're going to put 400 horsepower and a Gen 3 Hemi in this thing, it's going to need all the reinforcement it's going to get. These cars were not made for anything really more than like 350, maybe 400 horsepower. The highest horsepower package from a Hemi Coronet, so like a Coronet Super B, was the Hemi with 425 horsepower out of the box and like 600 foot-pounds of torque. It was something absurd. Actually, no. The Hemi is 425. It's same horsepower as torque. And even then, the Hemi Chargers and Hemi Coronets, so like Super Bs, they had the reinforcements welded in from the factory. We don't have those. We can buy them though. And I'm doing it. Yeah. Can you look at McGregor's crane and tell you? Yes. Final OLM cladding being installed at pad 2. Currently pulling lines at pad 1 chopsticks. Cool. The Super B is the highest trim level for the Coronet in 69 Flykin, yeah. How many foot-pounds do you need to tow a Falcon 9? It'll probably do it. Probably do it. I mean, with the reinforcements that we made back here, it'll probably be fine. So, yeah, we'll clean these edges here. Guys, I'm just going to let the paint dry. I don't want to shoot paint dust all over my freshly painted stuff. So, you know what? We'll assist it. We will assist in the paint drying process with the heat gun. Let me rephrase that. 440 Magnum has crazy high torque. Yeah. I think I want to do subframe connectors in this thing too. After we redo the floor pans, I want to do subframe connectors. Yeah, just drop it. Just drop it. It's fine. Just drop it. Why would you understand how gravity works, EJ? Jeez. So I would like to do subframe connectors. There's all kinds of reinforcements that you can buy for these things. I mean, like I said, this is fine. I mean, we'd probably be okay with the Gen 3 Hemi and stuff, but... Watching paint dry. So I was reading a little bit of history of Mopar. Hellfish, the engineers at Mopar wanted to put a subframe connector. They wanted to do subframe connectors from the factory, and the bean counter said no, and said run the structure through the rocker panels instead. Guess where these cars rust out? The rocker panels. Whoops. Yeah, I was reading about that. There was a thing in the parts catalog that was talking about it. Cool. Not an oops, I bet. Oops. No, yeah, the bean counter said no. They said the cars would be too expensive. They would be too high of a price point to put subframe connectors in the car. That's why people know that is the reason why the subframe connector kits are basically what the factory engineers wanted to do. Fun fact. Which is kind of neat. I think that's a super cool little fun fact. I'm having fun. Are you having fun? Is that your wife's blow dryer? No, it's a heat gun. Yeah, the paint's still a little tacky. I shouldn't have painted it. We should have grinded this down first, but I like doing extra steps. You're tacky. Yeah, I know. Tell me something I don't know. Payload deployment from Rocket Lab confirmed. Nice, nice. Nuclear question. What is the process of electing a NASA administrator? Who gets the vote? The Senate. Senate confirmation. Senate votes on that. I'll bet the fact that the structure rust out by default driving people to buy new cars didn't factor into that choice. You know what, Aqualex? Not in the 60s. That comes later. That came later in, meta tactics of screwing the consumer, right? The reason why they nixed it, dude, is none more than it actually just costed too much money. What they were trying to do at the time, because we used to be a country, is keep the cost down and make the car affordable. They were trying to compete with Ford and Chevy. So they made a trade-off. They said, let's make it less structural, and then we could sell it at a price point below everybody else. And if we put a big honking engine in there, yeah, you might get 30, 40, 50, 60,000 miles out of the car, probably a little bit more, and then whatever. Any gaming today or all car stuff? I don't know. There's a lot of rocket launches today, King, so. I mean, Aqualex, that's the other thing, though. The bean counters were saying, 50, 60,000 miles. This thing drove 90 or 190. It's 190,000 miles. They got 100. Someone got almost 200,000 out of this thing. So it's not bad, dude. Hey guys, just came back from school. What's the updates on the car? welded the 2 cross members in. Michigan, see this thing here? We welded this in. We welded this in. Now she's nice and strong. Almost back to Detroit steel, man. We're almost there. I thought we figured out the Odo hadn't rolled over. Tessa, I'm pretty sure it rolled over. You know, the more I'm thinking about it, dude, a dead giveaway, and I learned this from Vice Grip. A dead giveaway is to look at the pedals, and if the pedals are worn out, it's usually 106. It's usually rolled over. My brake pedal is worn out. Like the actual pedal, the rubber on the pedal is worn out. It's 196,000 miles, dude. Which is, once again, that's impressive for a car from the 60s. That's pretty good, man. Rookie numbers, our 2001 Civic had something like 950,000 on the odometer when we sold it. Yeah, but your Civic is from the 90s or the 2000s. This car's 56 years old, man. What other car, where's the Japanese car from the 60s that got 200,000 miles out of it that was mass produced? You know, like, yeah, I also nicked my hand pretty bad. It started bleeding all over the place. There's a drop of my blood on the freaking floor over there. That means that 318 needs a rebuild. Yeah, probably. What was the giveaway? The blow-by? Yeah, you gotta sacrifice, man. That's how this works. That's project cars, man. You're gonna cut yourself sometime. Yeah, there's a freaking drop of my blood on the floor. So, once again, I'm not procrastinating. I'm waiting for this to all dry. We should be good. I'll get the face shield on and we'll paint the rest of this. And then we gotta let that paint dry. The reason why I gotta grind off part of the paint of the EDP on the cross members is because I gotta weld the trunk pan to it. So the top of this right here, the trunk pan, the back of the trunk is kind of L-shaped like this, and it sits on here, and you have to weld to it, right? I gotta put a bunch of plug welds here. We gotta weld to this flange. So I have to make sure that we won't be able to weld through this EDP, the black paint. We can't weld through it. They ship it with paint. They ship it with the primer on it so it doesn't rust. So let me get my hearing protection and the face shield out and we'll zap that off real quick. I bet that 318 was already rebuilt once. Yeah, maybe, dude. I don't see any evidence of that 318 being out of the car. I really don't. I don't see much evidence. It looks like if it was rebuilt, it was rebuilt a long time ago. I thought we were one more KSP stream before he performed a blood sacrifice for us, but fair enough. Yeah, no, it came early. You can't decide. There are plenty of 60s Japanese cars that have lasted just as long as your Coronet. Yeah, you didn't listen to what I had to say. These are mass-produced. Japan was not mass-producing in the 60s, Tessa. Nice try. The things that they did mass-produce rusted out like crazy. Datsun 240Z, good example. Those things rust worse than this thing. Which is funny because Dodge, who makes cars that rust out really badly, and Datsun, who made cars that rust out really badly, ended up in a strategic partnership together. Diamond Star Motors, or DSM for short. Also, truck. I only have my daily, but would love to learn how to work on cars. What would you recommend? Grizz, where are you at? Like, what do you know? Do you know how to do an oil change? Sorry, I got a wedgie. Just deal with it. Do you know how to do an oil change? Like, what do you want to work on? Like, what does that mean? Because, like, there's doing this. This is not working on a car. This is resto work. This is different. We're not working on anything. We're storing the car because there's nothing to work on. I know the process, never did myself, and mostly maintenance. Start with preventative maintenance on your car. Learn how to change headlights. Learn how to change the oil. All right, learn how to, top off fluids, check coolant. Start there. Start with basic stuff. And then from there, I'd probably move into principles of operation. You got to know how the motor works to understand what you're doing when you work on it. That's really important. I'm totally okay with all car then MSC later. Well, the rocket launches are going to go all the way to 10 tonight, Flykin, so I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. I'm not going to promise anything. I did start the stream early too, fellas, so yeah. All right, let's get the grinder out and let's clean this up. Get the top of this primed and ready to go. Where's the flap disc? Here's my flap disc. Headphone users, this thing is loud. Just headphone users, you've been warned. I'm being really light with this dang thing. The reason why I'm being really light is because I don't want to grind metal off with the flap disc. I'm just trying to get the surface clean. There we go, nice and clean. Now I gotta go in there and do that to this. Gotta do the same thing here. Okay. Okie dokie. Cool. Done. Okie dokie. Gotcha. Thanks. Oh, perfect. Thanks for your time. Yeah, just needed to clean those things off. And then just gotta clean them, paint them. I'm using a very specific paint and grease remover here for this. Cool. All right, let that boil off there. Let's get to steel it again. Congress will be in session Friday at 2 p.m. for anybody that cares. Ah. Okay, chat, hold your breath. Ah, okay. Can I breathe now? Yeah, of course. Sweet. Ah, sweet. Nice. Got to take a picture of this for continuity. Sweet. All right, now we just got to let that dry too. We will get the special paint dry accelerator 6000 here, and we will just make sure that it sticks. I hit it a little bit. I scraped some of the paint off, some of the paint's on the heat gun. You know what? That's hot. You probably shouldn't touch that, especially with your hurt finger. Guys like watching paint dry? It's pretty cool, right? Yeah, it might be a bit warm. Oh yeah, no, it was in fact a little warm, yeah. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Bit of the rag that I used to clean it got caught. Sweet. Ah, sweet. What are your thoughts on my winter car? I want to play it. When's it coming out? That's my thoughts. Dude, look at that thing. That looks real good, man. I'm really happy with that. EJO chat, if I changed my map focus in KSP to another planet, how do I reset? Backspace. Arbitrary estimates are December. I'm in. I'm looking forward to it, man. That should be fun. Looking clean. Yeah, man. Nubs, it's we have officially gotten to the point where we're adding things to the car that are not rusty. And you know what? That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that. Shaping up really well, the car and the game, yeah. Yeah. I'm in. I'll play Winter Car when it comes out, absolutely. Absolutely. Sweet. I'm officially at where I really wanted to be by the end of July of this year. That's great. It's great. It took a long time. It took a long time. Yep, it's November. Okay, so July, August, September, October, November. Okay, I'm 4 months behind schedule. Lovely. That's great. Better late than never. Yep. But you got here. That's right, Grizz. We did. We did, man. So I'm waiting for the rest of this paint to dry, and then, I mean, the next step is to put the trunk pan in and start marking it up. But I want to wait for this paint to get tacky and dry up before we do that. It's going to take a second. We did get here, man. We did. We got here. Damn, dude. Look at this. Look at this, man. Shepherd pie alert. Oh! Chat, okay, yep. All right, shepherd's pie alert. Bree made shepherd's pie. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna, this is a good place to stop. We got to let all that paint dry. We got to let all the paint dry, and then the next thing is put that in for the second to last time. I just got to do a bunch of small things to make sure we get the right clearances everywhere. We got, like, that's up on the wheel wells and stuff. That stuff, I'll just do that off stream. When I mark up I might mark the trunk pan off of stream. And if I do that, don't worry. You're not getting out of watching me drill like 600 holes into that damn trunk pan. You're not getting out of that. Don't worry, we'll be here. See how we rank against shepherd's pie. No, it's not just a shepherd's pie. It's shepherd's pie that was made by my wife for me. Like that has a lot to do with it, you know. Oh. Also, side note, more updates on the 39A OLM. The Liebherr 13,000 is released from the OLM. How about you and Brimo eating the car? Nah, but also, here, how's that for a picture? Yeah, that's a pretty cool picture. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. That one. How much counterweight do you want? All of it? Dude, that is a lot of freaking counterweight. How much freaking counterweight is that? Dude, that's a lot. There's a lot, and it's a lot on the wagon too, which is crazy. If only we knew a local crane operator. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. Porter, I do not recall these events at this time. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, man. Don't know what you mean. That is a lot. No tipping over right there. That's enough to counterbalance the freaking... It's enough to counterbalance the dang thing. Like, that's pretty impressive. Oh, look. Screw crane operators. Yeah, they suck. Those guys are really stupid. They drive Chevys. They break spark plugs. SMH, my head. Max D, goalie, or Julia pick? One of them. You drive Chevy. You drive Chevy. Look at this. Look at this. We got Mopar right here. We got Detroit Mopar. Detroit. What? What? I'm worried that what I said was give me a lot of counterweight. What I actually said was give me all of your counterweight. Yep. Oh my goodness. I can't believe we're actually making forward progress on this. This is really freaking cool, man. I've been walking past this thing every day for the past 4 freaking months, and I'm like, making that exact noise. Killer. All right. So I'm going to take 5 here or 30, and I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go eat some food. Actually, it's perfect timing. What's the next flight? Let me just see when the next flight is happening. So we got Starlink 6-81. That's it. Oh, it's in 4 hours and 20 minutes. All right, cool. Cool. You guys want to do space news? I don't know. There really isn't much space. The space news is the rocket launch. So I don't know. I'll just redo. I don't know. I could come back and work in the shop, I guess. I mean, do a backflip. Nope. The sound of electronic staging makes you so happy. Oh yeah, we got to get through the blog. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's going to take a second. We got to finish the Casey Hanmer blog post about Orion. Yep. That's what I forgot. Do a barrel roll. There you go. That one was a sample. You want another barrel roll, you're going to have to pay. You're going to have to pay up. That was just a sample. Do a Carl Edwards? No, I won't. Denny Hamlin's doing all the Carl Edwards for pretty much everyone. We don't need to do impressions of him. Denny's got that under control. If you know, you know. Is it normal to dream at night about Scott Manley? Okay, I'm gonna go eat. This is weird. I'm gonna go eat now. Yeah. Stand by for loss of signal from the shop. As expected. I'm going to go eat on YouTube. Stand by for a loss of signal. Chat, I'll probably put a space video on for you guys on Twitch. No loss of signal on Twitch. We'll switch over to space news. Start off with a nice vidya about space flight. And then, yeah, I'll be back.